Yeah. All right, close enough. What's up? Boom. Hi. What is it? Wednesday? It's Wednesday, right? Hold on. Steampunk Chick, 43 moods. Thank you. Sub happens. Thank you. Boo boo boo. 105 stream streak. Comfortable. Thank you. Wow.
Hello, Steve. How are you today?
I'm fighting cards right now. Roachy Belmont, 51 moods. Thank you. Hope you're doing well.
It's that time again. 88 months.
Lost Pixie, thank you. All right, we got a hype train incoming. 1 second. You got to roll equal to or greater than. Who did that? Red
Hey,
Misery.
Steve.
Equal to or greater than. Hold on. $11 now. Wow. Oh, God, I didn't want to come back to the screen to look at giant asses. Jesus. Thank you. I guess the hype train started while I was card battling. Good. This is what happens when you enter a comic shop. Thank you. Oh, man. I got to replay some alerts because I missed them. Hold on. No, things are happening. Okay, we got that. This one. And that one. And that one.
It's that time again. 88 months.
88 moods. Lost Pixie, thank you.
Hey, Steve.
Hi. Buckingham Squirrel, what's up? Thank you. DB Silver just subscribed. Thank you. I appreciate. Welcome. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Surgical Brick. Boom. Prime sub. There you go. Taking Bezos money. You don't need it. Duh. Now I got. Wow. Okay, come on. Do we let him live or do we put him on the wall? It's kind of fun. No, the banana cat's a hazard. Popcat just pops and leaves. Feel like that's all right. Also, Mike, Apple Cat's, yeah, Apple Cat can go up there. Apple Cat always causing problems. I don't know if my vocals got messed up because, you know, again, update, who knows. Enough I'm loud enough. I don't know if I'm too quiet. Who knows? Catman got an extra card. Thank you. What's up? 80J 20 bits. Thank you. What's up? Boop, 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 boop. I'm catching up. I'm a little bit behind here. What's up? Nothing's happening. Usually just one after another. Wow. Bits, thank you. 500 bits, thank you, Icarus. Free Apple Cat. Now, if you want them free, you got to pay for it. What? That's it. I'm holding them hostage. We got to get to level 12 hype train, or Apple Cat gets it. What?
The
We don't make
Amityville
applesauce
toaster.
out of them.
Make breakfast spooky. Spooky talk from toaster. Spooky eat me toast. Yum yum yum. Human hand.
This speaker is not nearly loud enough. I got to raise the volume on my end. God, man, I didn't do nothing. All right, now this is probably going to be too loud. All right, we'll see what happens. Sound alert used. Thank you. Shadav must be here. Buttons are being pressed without my facilitating. Thank you. What if it gets fireball? What's with the fireball? Every time with the fireball. People get hurt that way. I've had a foamy tattoo covering most of my calf for like 10 years now. Think it needs to become what? Full lower leg piece by adding Pilz-E and Begley. And of course, a Germain. You get a spicy Germain tattoo? Well, like a lot of old school sailors would have the lady with the anchor on it. I don't know. That it'd flex and she'd kind of dance, you know? Yeah, I'm not built like that. So if I flex my arm, it kind of moves, but I don't know what's holding it together. Too spicy? Nothing's been too spicy. What? Nothing's happened. Nice. Store owners are going to be wondering why the cats are duct taped to the ceiling. No, they'll thank me later. I'll explain the situation. They'll be like, do you want fruit juices and cat hairs all over your comic books? They'll be like, no, thank you. Maybe they'll give me a free comic book. I like, what kind of made up comic book is this? Astro Knight? I like Mech Monkey back there. That's pretty cool. Look at that. No, we did. This was actually like an actual picture of an actual comic shop, and we wanted to make it a little bit more background friendly. But AI doesn't like third-party stuff. So it's just like, we can't do anything. I'm like, fine, just make up the comic books. I don't care. So now I don't even know what's here. Apparently Mech Monkey. I feel like that's going to be a hit. I don't know about Astronaut. I didn't hear anything about it. But Mech Monkey? Let's go. Posture. Check my posture. Yo, our back got jacked up for some reason. Don't ask me how, but it was not good. It's one of those things where if you lay on your back, you can feel something pop back into place. Yeah, that was a little dicey. We're just like, okay, all right. I guess I'll go back to work now. It was weird. That was the most, what? Moved to Connecticut area. Foamy said it makes sense to keep the air. What remain do I use? Pre or post magical boobering? It depends on how big your arms are. That's the only answer I got. So do you use pre or post magical boobering? It's like, I don't know how big your arms. Ew.
My friend is trying to raise money. She's at her goal on GoFundMe, but she still needs a little more. Her name is Brittany Gilliard if anybody wants to look up her campaign.
I guess you could do that if you want to. I don't know anything about them.
Actually thought this was hilarious. In the middle of rush hour afternoon traffic, a red truck decided to try and force their way in front of me on the highway, almost ramming into me multiple times. Every time they tried, they failed miserably, and gave me good dash cam footage.
So I celebrated with cookies and getting back to the house in one piece. Thank you, 100 bits, LMT. Thank you. Whitney, appreciate it. Thank you. Bump, 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 bump. Delete a message. What happened? What happened? Where do we go? No, I'm waiting for the chaos to settle a little bit. All right. Dude, you got cookies? Yes, cookies. I got to move the mic. I don't want to, but I have to. I feel like it's not where it should be. No, I had to rearrange a couple of things. It gets annoying. My keyboard got shifted slightly, so now my whole thing is, I don't know how the hotkeys are going to work. Yo, muscle memory is awesome, but it's also a bitch. You know exactly where things are, but as soon as they get moved, you're like, what, burr. Yeah, it's weird. Oh, that's right, self-promotion thing. Okay. Then I drove away without anyone seeing my license plate. 100 bits, Christari, thank you. I appreciate keeping the hype train going. But we only got 7, 6, 5, 4. I'm prepared for it this time.
The entire time it was going on, all I could think was, how is it I'm half blind, and you're still failing in life? Lol.
Lady.
Hydration is important.
Let's hydrate. Hydrate, bro. There you go. No, wait, I thought you got glasses. No, it was good timing. I got to hear it. What happened? I thought you got glasses. You shouldn't be half blind. You should be 20/20. Wasn't that the name of a show? Or was that 10/10 Wins? Wasn't that a radio show? Whatever. I did, but my eyes are still trying to adjust. Oh, just slap them around a little bit, you know? You got to flick them every once in a while and be like, adjust. Come on, dude. I don't got time for this. I got to be on the road. Yeah. Let's see. I did my eyes. What's still trying? Oh, got it. Doesn't work that way. Have you tried? I don't know. Got to. Like, it doesn't work that way. Not with that attitude. You got to believe. I'm a big believer in mind over matter. Of course, I still wear glasses, so I don't know how accurate that is. Well, I haven't focused on willing myself to get better vision, but maybe you should try it. Yeah, even if it's a placebo effect. There's been very weird accounts of people throughout history using mind over matter to kind of do crap, I guess. I'm not saying bend spoons and crap. I'm saying, you know, it's internal kind of fixins. Yeah. You have to be patient sometimes. No, I was a patient once, and that was when I had to get surgery, but that was it. The other patients I don't know anything about, so just that goes over there on the table of I'm never going to know that in my life. I don't think I will ever have patience. I will have a begrudging, seething anger towards people that are making me wait. I don't have patience. I have the opposite. Yeah. What's up, David? Hi, how's it going? Will your eyes Tourette's vision be fixed? Whoosh. All of a sudden, you're like, I can see. I can see. You know, come on. Well, you hung around with a lot of churchies, right? And when you were working at the other place, right? Didn't they bless you or something? Throw holy water at you at the very least? 2020 is a news program that airs on ABC. Is that still around? No. Weird. Did they try to cast you out like a demon? They're like, I got the bad vibes from the bloody angel. I cast thee out. All right, well, then you're not getting breakfast if you cast me out later. That's called a cult. Well, you know, there's a lot of good cults. Right. Cult of Personality. It's a cool song. My Life with Thrill Kill Cult. There's a band called The Cult. Yeah. I know, just don't throw them all out. I think a lot of customers actually liked me and came back because of me. People came back because of you? Then why didn't they give you a raise? You're like, I'm bringing in customers here, bro. Yeah, it's ridiculous. My brother got contacts once and went out drinking, but forgot to take them out. He woke up the next morning being able to see and said, I'm cured. Dude, that's funny. That's funny. There is a weird thing. Somebody got, oh my God. I don't know if this is a true story, but speaking of contacts, make sure if you do have reusable contacts, you clean them properly. Because I read a story, and God, I hope it's not true, that somebody went on a trip to, I think it was India, and they had reusable contact lenses. So they washed them in their water to clean them and then put them back in their eye. And they got so many infections, I think they went blind. Like, yo, you do not know. No, you use like rubbing alcohol and stuff. You don't put that into what, tap water? I wouldn't even do that in the States, let alone India. Are you crazy? I couldn't do contacts. I don't like stuff touching my eyes. Yeah. That's why I don't like that. I don't like contacts, you know? No, man, my whole life is to just not have people poke at my eyes. You know, yo, I know somebody who had to get a needle in their eye. Yeah, it's just not a line in a cartoon. No, they're an older person and they had like this eye thing and they're like, yeah, they put a needle in your eye. And I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, it's not big. You know, they kind of numb it. And I'm like, wait, what? You got a needle in your eye? You're like, yeah, it wasn't so bad. Wasn't so bad. It's crazy. Self-promote about the robots think of it as what moderators were trying to help prevent legit. I don't know. I only work here. I'm not in charge. Foamy Cult and Squirrel. Yeah. I feel like it's an underground thing now. It's more predominant in the early 2000s. But then people got dumber, you know? So then it just like dwindled a little bit. I have its underground following of smart people. I really look like Curly from Three Stooges. We can do things worse. What? How do you know if you can't see? Maybe you look like Annie from, what's that movie? Annie, right? No, the one that had the sun come out tomorrow or something. Eventually it won't. That's the thing. She's probably dead. The original one? I don't know. Blind guy. I should probably have coffee. I'm going to assume this is going to be bad coffee. I'm going to assume. Don't mark it yet, but it could be bad coffee. Let's find out. Oh, God. No, I'm not excited about this because I feel like I overdid it. It's all right. It's all right. No. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. No. I tried it earlier, but the ice cubes melting actually helped it out. Oh, man. Oh, and Catman. Vanilla syrup in there. That saved it. It's mushroom coffee. Of all things, this guy is on like a quarter cup of coffee a day. The rest is like decaf and mushroom coffee now. You know? Like literally your caffeine intake is dropped probably like 5,000 milligrams. You've been more focused. I don't want to say less agitated, but more of a calming rage as opposed to explosive anger. So maybe the caffeine was doing something. Anxiousness, we don't even know what that is. Apparently caffeine causes a lot of anxiety. So if you have anxiety, maybe hold off on the coffee. I need actual caffeine. No, the rage pretty much keeps us awake. Caffeine was just the extra, extra bonus. It was like a new game plus. So our base level of anger is just like, and then you put caffeine on top of it. It's like, all right, now I'm real pissed off, So, I mean, my normal level of anger is pretty visceral. So I don't think I need to add anything to it. If I really want to get on somebody's bad side, then I'll just, have a couple of cups of coffee before the conversation. Caffeine just holds back the headaches. We only got one caffeine headache. Lack of caffeine, just one, which is real surprising because I figured with the 1,000 milligrams a day of caffeine that we were taking, our head would be splitting open like scanners, Freaking night of the creeps where I was just like, headache, that kind of thing. It was,
Time to
I was
hydrate
surprised.
because I need some
I
water.
just did.
I gotta keep the pipes hydrated.
Oh, hydrate again. I was told. I kind of want to put this coffee over there so I don't knock it over, but if I do knock it over, then somebody gets something on bingo, I think, right? It's the opposite for me. Too much caffeine. What, you're nicer on caffeine? I'm slightly more awake. I assumed I would be dragging ass all day. Didn't happen. We were just like, all right, whatever. But we did that thing how we got off soda where we kind of watered it down over time with like decaf and stuff like that. So we're on like a quarter cup of coffee. That's like nothing. That's like you can get more caffeine than a piece of chocolate. It's ridiculous. All right. Forgot my caffeine, be fine. Hey, there you go. Interesting. Boom, 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 boom. I'm anxious without coffee. That's the thing. I don't need a caffeinated aid. I am anxious anyway. I'm an absolute beep without caffeine. Yeah, there is a lot of those mornings where it's like, without, don't talk to me until I've had my caffeine kind of mugs, where you're just like, everybody get the fuck away from me. I can't deal with this right now. I went on a caffeine abstinence break only to get back onto sauce, man. It'll happen. But again, if you're new here, we made our own coffee ice cream. We put way too much coffee in there. Like 4 days of heart palpitations, kind of too much coffee. So we were just lying on the floor waiting to come back down, that kind of thing. My caffeine must be in monster form only. I had like a sip of it. I couldn't deal with it. The flavor wasn't to my palate. I don't know. I'll get it however you need it. Every couple of weeks, I'll limit my caffeine intake to, bring my tolerance back down? Yeah, the next time we have a real cup of coffee, we're probably going to be zooming all over the place. Be like the cat with the zoomies. Yeah. That happened one other time when we were kind of like off caffeine for a while, blah, blah, blah. And then we had a real cup of coffee, and we were just like, oh, my God. Yeah, we were just running around like a maniac. So stupid. Coffee helps block the sleep receptors, so it's a must in the morning. We haven't had that problem because we usually stay up till we're exhausted and go to sleep anyway. And when we used one of those, what do they call them? Fat bits? Yeah. It tracked our sleep, and we literally fell into deep sleep almost instantaneously. It was like 2 minutes. So it's like, go to bed, sleep, boom, deep sleep. And then we wake up and we're like pretty refreshed. We're masters of micro sleeps. You can get like a 5-minute micro sleep on a bus and just be like, boom, reinvigorated for like 4 hours. It's crazy. You could blame college for that, dude. You had no sleep in that. Literally 6 a.m. to midnight every day for 4 years. Yeah, because we work too. Go.
I know I've had enough caffeine when I feel myself on TPE verge of an anxiety attack. Gotta love combining ADHD stimulants and caffeinated bean water.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of weird things that like mess up stuff. Like if you're on medicines and stuff, there's like caffeine could be an issue. If you have high blood pressure, caffeine can be an issue. There's like all these weird things that, be careful if you drink a lot of caffeine. I'm like, oh, come on, dude. But we're not really on anything, so we're just like, whatever. Multivitamins. Yay. There's no drug interactions with that. I can sleep for 8 hours and still be tired. I've had those days where I've overslept for like 10 hours and then I wake up and I'm exhausted. And I'm like, what the hell? I just got 10 hours of sleep. That's rare. That happens like once a year. Mm. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, it usually happens on when they set the clock forward, which is not technically accurate. It's like, oh look, I got an extra hour of sleep. No, you technically just jumped time. It's a myth that everyone needs 8 hours. Everyone knows someone about it that needs a person that don't need 5 hours of sleep anymore. Doesn't feel like that. There is a weird thing. I think Dawn came across this article that historically most people would kind of go to sleep when the sun went down. We're talking about pre-electricity, right? And they would wake up around 2 o'clock in the morning and just do stuff for like 2 hours. Like usually most of their creative stuff, like Edgar Allan Poe would wake up in the middle of the night and write about, ravens and stuff like that. And then they'd go back to bed. And when the sun came up, they'd go back out, do whatever they had to do. So I feel like that's kind of the rhythm I'm on, where it's like I go to sleep and then I wake up and I do a bunch of weird creative crap in the middle of the night and then boom, right back to sleep and I wake up whenever the hell. Yeah. They put logs on the fire. Yeah, probably. Got to wake up, right? Usually the guy, get out of the, honey, we need more wood on the fire. It's like, oh, son of a bitch. This is why everyone died when they were like 35 back in the day, because this poor bastard gets kicked out of a freezing bed every night for the entirety of their existence to lift a heavy log and put it on a fire. Ridiculous. Thought about this on Adam Ruins Everything. Oh, there you go. Good to know. Bum, 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 bum. No, we're in a comic shop because we got hyped about Doomsday. No, we saw the trailer. We're like, oh my God, I almost figured out everything that's going to happen. Yeah. I don't know. You've been around for so long. It's like at a certain point, you can watch a trailer and be like, oh, okay, this is going to be a problem, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and that guy certainly no. That kind of thing. So you just kind of know where it's going to go. But it'll probably be fun. Stream interrupted or my connection died. Your connection died. We have not dropped the frame at all. Fight with your ISP. We did it. It took forever. Oh, speaking of fights, bro. Yo, GTA, our account, still not a thing. No, our Rockstar account, we had a problem with it. It's still, they're ignoring us. We got a whole video up and a comic strip, and they still haven't gotten back to us. So you go, man, what's up? Never comment on here, but I'm watching for 20 years. I'm 36 now and grew up on your stuff. I apologize. Odie Bobity, what's up? Thank you for putting up with our stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're still making stuff. Still. Next cartoon, we actually put way more effort into it than we really needed to do. So we're idiots. Yeah. So still around. What? Since your early shitty website days. No, the website's still shitty. What? Hey, but we got it up to be HTML5 compliant. That only took a little while, right? What, the HTML6 is going to be coming out soon? And be like, yeah, your website's not compliant. I'll be like, oh, motherfucker. Website still sucks and I love it. Yeah, you got to have that. There's a few websites that are like so old school. You hope they never change them. And we're kind of in that boat right now. We had the older looking one, which is essentially unusable. So we did have to upgrade it, but that was like 10 years ago. You said swear. I always swear. I still read them though. No, usually the filters are for the Pum'Kin Guy because he's a little bit more PG friendly or whatever. Yeah, like what would the internet do if the Space Jam website got an update? We would all freak out. It would literally be trending on X for like a month. Bring back Space Jam website. Nobody goes to it, but the few people that do, they're like, yeah. That was weird. There was a weird little thing that happened there. I don't know. What was that? No, I saw the little lighting thing. It's weird. There was either a cool little effect there or I'm just getting an ocular migraine. Possibility. Could be the coffee. Let's find out. It could be the mushroom coffee causing the weird psychedelic things I'm slightly seeing. Yeah. Boop. Oh no, let's go website. Look at the one, for that call. I believe the comment was going to come to take them all away. Wasn't that like Heaven's Gate or something like that? Like I literally forgot who did that. I think HTML6 will be a thing anytime soon. Oh, man, give me 1 second. I got a thing. I got to go yell at a thing right now. Let's say, can't complain to this. What the hell did they do? Now, this thing's getting crazy. No, there was an update for a program I use, and it keeps just doing these weird little alerts on the side. I hate it. It's not for anything important. It's just like, hey, guys, hey, here's an update. Thanks. Yeah, okay, good, whatever. Just do that in quiet over there. Oh, was Heaven's Gate? Yeah. Wasn't that the name of a sitcom? It had, what's his name? Michael Landon and the other guy in there? The gruff guy? No, that was Highway to Heaven. Oh, okay. All right. No, I forgot. No, it was like it was weird. You know, back in the day, they had a lot of religious shows like that, right? There was Highway to Heaven. There was the Father Dowling Mysteries with the guy who was in Happy Days. I forget his name. Boswell? Something like that. It's weird. There was a couple of things like that. Whatever. Update which sounds are so obnoxious. Yeah, can we stop that? Come on, California. Don't you have a law against that now? They got laws for everything. Yeah. They do. And it's getting ridiculous. We need several cults like it to prevent anyone cult from getting too big. Got to diversify your cult members, right? Trying not to curse while Steve does curse. Pum'Kin Guy doesn't. And unfortunately, yeah, there's. I mean, we could probably turn off the filters. I just don't like doing it each time because I'm lazy. Yeah, so if you're new here and an auto mod thing catches you and it's like you said something bad, don't ignore it. Just I don't know, be creative with your language. All right, dude, you went to the Space Jam site? Yeah, it's like that is old school. That just sucks you back in time, and you're like early internet, dude. It's pretty cool. That's why I like to look at on archive.org every once in a while. There's always like these weird little sites. I'm like, oh, I wonder what this looked like in 1999. Like 30-year-old websites and stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, I can still read all messages, so it's pretty good. Yeah. Bump, bump, bump. Did we have Chippy Cat? I don't know if we had Chippy Cat. No, we don't. Oh, man. We have to get him on the board. Who's enough to remember what Joe Cartoon website? Yeah, Blender and a Frog. Dude, that's pretty good. Or is it Gerbil in a Microwave? There's a Blender, a Frog, Gerbil in a Microwave. I literally have some of those cartoons still. Like they're on like a hard drive somewhere. Like early internet, I could probably do a lost media segment from all the weird shit that I collected. Mr. Wong, holy crap. Dude, Mr. Wong was awesome. It would not work today, but it was fun back then. Also, Thugs on Film. Yeah, when Shockwave was a thing. That was pretty good. Radiskull and Devil Doll. Come on, they're the Radiskull. You know? That was also ridiculous. Joe Sparks, dude. They're still around. Their cartoon website is still up, but it's not interactive anymore. Boo! That's because they killed Flash. Everyone's like, dude, Flash, man, no. No, it's because Adobe bought Flash and then they killed it. Well, technically Apple did. No, because Apple didn't like all the free games people could play on Newgrounds. And then they're just like, oh, you know what, we got to stop this. Let's say it's a security issue. It wasn't a security issue. It was a security issue when they stopped supporting it because nobody on their fucking iPhones could access it, even though you could access it. TV has many cranny cartoons like Hey, yeah, there you go. There's another one. Happy Tree Friends. Happy Tree Friends was always 50-50 for me. I was like, oh, you know, that's kind of good. And then after a while, I'm just like, all right, whatever. I can only see things die gruesomely so much, and then I get bored. Yeah. I have a very high threshold for violence. I literally grew up on horror movies. So, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Hannibal, you know, people ripping faces off. I'm just like, all right. Yeah. Well, now there's Ruffle. So, you know, if there's old Flash websites, they're still accessible through Ruffle. So that's good. Same thing with a lot of old Flash games have recently been salvaged, and they're trying to like put them back together Because now people all of a sudden realize early internet stuff is kind of important and we should be preserving it. Yeah. So every once in a while you'll see, oh, a batch of Flash games were saved and salvaged from fill in a blank website. You know, a lot of the Cartoon Networks. Yeah. What's a Gen X thing? Many great cartoons like Happy Tree Friends? Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know how newer audiences were raised. Would they look at like Happy Tree Friends and be just like, oh my God, it's so violent? Yeah. But I mean, they've been on the internet longer, you know, since birth. So you figured they'd have thicker skin, but I guess not if they were on Facebook, you know. Yeah, the old internet was vibrant and creative. The old internet was awesome, dude. I mean, it's creative now, but everybody's too toxic. So it's like the vibrancy kind of went away. Now we're just all stuck. Like, I feel like the internet is this giant office of everybody coming together and they hate each other. It's like a big office argument every single day. And it doesn't matter what platform you're on, there's always somebody arguing. Yeah. Yeah, wire boxes of cereal so expensive, like $5. Yeah, dude, just get those generic bagged ones. They're cheaper and they taste the same. You get a big bag for like $3. Yeah, I'll get like somewhat fortuitous Charms instead of Lucky Charms. Whatever. Using voice to text. Ren and Stimpy, let's go, dude. I don't think they'll ever bring back Ren and Stimpy. Stretch. Okay, everybody called? Let me check my card because my card's been ignored. Bingo card's all right. It's doing better than last time, but still not a winner. You catch a ludicrous display last night. See, I'd be like, no, I didn't. No ludicrous display because I'm going to have coffee. I wish they would make more IT crowds. But hold on, I got a lot of cards in front of me. Card battle. Boom. All right, Lost Pixie, you got a roll equal to or greater than? Boom. It's adequate coffee. Adequate. Spicy hot. 5. No. No. What are you going to do? You tried. I appreciate it. Thank you. Spicy high. How's it going? Is the coffee good or bad? It's all right. It passes, you know. It's like a barely educated public school student. You'll just pass them along, you know. They're not bad, but they'll make the grade, you know. Never seen anyone win card battle. It's rigged. People have won. There was that person, you know. Told you you shoot, but you didn't believe me. Why didn't you believe me? I like the fan mail one the best. You and your fan mail. God, I wish I could do that voice. Everybody loves you, don't they? I want to go back and rewatch that and Space Madness. I got to tell you, the sound effects for that were really good too. Some of the voice work and the effects they put on that. Holy crap. Played Hogwarts Legacy and some Kingdom Come Deliverance. And then Jam Jam, Rock Rap, and Car for a bit. Nice. There you go. Hey, you've had a better day than I have. I've just been stuck in front of the computer picking out an animation that's taken way too long. Because somebody had to add a rain sequence and UFOs. Whatever. These filthy hands. Good. Nah, man, I want to see those again. No, I don't want to get in trouble. No, see, I wish it would be a lot easier on Twitch to just maybe like pull up something from the web and sit and watch it with you guys, but there's always an issue. Every time we do it, and we've done so in the past, there's always somebody like, you know, and they're like, get him. It gets ridiculous. Family was like, make together contemporarily what? Killing King. Dagger of the Mind. It was such weird writing and it was like good. A lot of people remember like Log, Don't Whiz on the Electric Fence and stuff like that. I really like the darker stuff. Like when Ren got like psychotic, I'm like, That's my boy, you know? What do you use to make animations? Flash 4.0. I am not even joking about that. I literally still use it. Flash 4. Foul. Literally. I didn't move to 6. I didn't move to any of that crap because I used to use I think it was 6, right? I have it right here. Let's see. It's like I used to use it for like blurring the backgrounds. Oh no, CS3. CS3 had a thing where you could blur the backgrounds, and I'm like, I don't need this. Get out of here. Flash 4.0 has been the most stable Flash I've ever used, or animation software I've actually used. It's super simplistic, gets the job done, and fuck, I have been freaking uploading shit at 4K. The last couple of Foamy cartoons have been in fucking 4K. This is a program from 1998. 4K. Fucking 98. Are you kidding me? Come on. I still use Photoshop 7 for my work, not CS7, just 7. Yeah. Dude, that was like the last best Photoshop. The last best. The only thing that makes that show its age is if you try to put it on a hard drive bigger than a terabyte, it freaks out. Like it will not install because it doesn't recognize anything over whatever however many megabytes or whatever. That's the only thing that holds that program back. It's still good. Like I feel like a lot of software is much like audio equipment. It only advances so much. So for all the mixers and stuff that they have with the fancy buttons, bells and whistles and stuff, a compressor's still a fucking compressor. You know, reverb is still fucking reverb. It's the same shit from 20, 30, 40 years ago. It's the same crap. You know? That's why the little mixer I have is this tiny little baby of a bitch thing. It is just so stupid and small. It costs like $35. Literally aux cables. Bloop, bloop, bloop. You know, it's like, keep it simple. Yeah. I haven't used Photoshop since CS3. Yeah. It's old school. I'm surprised Flash doesn't crash at such high resolution because 32-bit. No, there's a backwards compatibility mode in Windows. So surprisingly, one of the last good things that Windows still has that works. You know, just compatibility mode. Okay, run it. And they're like, what was the last time this ran? And I was like, Windows XP? They're like, okay. It just opened up. I'm like, you kidding me? Yeah. Oh. I will say Flash 4.0 is very finicky if you use it with anything that has a touch screen. So if you have a laptop with a touch screen, it does not like that for some reason. So I specifically go out of my way to get not touch screen. Yeah. There's differences. A new one dies faster. True. Yeah. Older stuff was just built better. I don't know why. What 32-bit program can only address 32 gigabytes of RAM? I have no idea why it's working, but it's working. No idea. I'm not going to complain. PixArt for Photoshop. That's pretty good. Dude, I think you'll find a lot of the older programs that you use for creating art, music, and stuff like that, they're still viable. And a lot of people, they got wrapped up in Adobe. I bailed on Adobe as soon as we got a subscription, fuck you. That was it. I was like, I'm done. Yeah. If you do need new programs that are free, just in case you don't know, Blender, if you're into 3D modeling and stuff like that. Krita is very good for painting. Affinity, also free. There's like a couple of GIMP, that kind of stuff. It's the Photoshop equivalent. There's some little differences here and there. There might be a bit of a learning curve, but Donna's been using Affinity and she's like, yeah, you know what? Screw Photoshop. But every once in a while, she's got to crack open Photoshop and just dust it off and be like, yeah, this is the only one that has this. There's a program for defringing or part of the program for defringing. So you go to layers, matte, and then defringe, and it just kind of clears up blurred, very pixelated edges. That for some reason isn't in everything.
Some YouTube doctor said that Starbucks coffee gives you addicting amount of caffeine.
I thought that was the squirrel. That's what he was so upset about Star Schmucks. It was like that was this like whole conspiracy theory that they put more caffeine in there so to get customers addicted to just keep going back there. And every time I went there and I've had a coffee, I'm like, this is terrible. I can make better coffee. Just saying. Feel like an open source physical media revolution is coming soon. It was in the last, maybe the last VOD or last previous VOD before that. Somebody made a disc cartridge system for your Steam games. Like it literally, like you load all the data onto that basically little disc. When you plug it in, it'll bring up Steam and just play the game. I'm like, a lot of effort, but there's still DRM involved in that. For that, you got to go to GOG. So. And speaking of DRM and stuff like that, okay, I've made a promise to myself, chat. When it comes to gaming, here's the thing. If you're new here and you don't know the story, I'm giving you the short version of it. Went to play Red Dead Redemption 2. Needed to log into my Rockstar account. It's part of an old freaking email password thing that it doesn't even exist anymore. It literally, it's like having, .netscape or @netscape. That's how old it is. It's gone, right? So apparently Rockstar doesn't want to help me get into my account. The problem is these games are on Steam and those things are linked to Rockstar because you link the accounts, right? Now, I can't unlink my account through Steam. I have to do it through Rockstar. But Rockstar doesn't think I am who I am. So these clowns are like, well, we can't do anything because I don't know you. And I'm like, just unlink my account. You know what? Wipe the account. Close it down. I don't even care. I don't even care at this point. My progress in any of these games is like barely getting past the start screen. Okay? They refuse. So, here's my new rule for me. Okay? I don't know. You guys do whatever you want to do. I will not buy a game from here on out, assuming I'm not already sucked in to an already established third-party launcher, something that has to do with an account. Those are my two stipulations. If I have to sign up for a third-party account, fuck your game. If I have to download another client or launcher or link my accounts, fuck you. I ain't doing it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm not doing it. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. So this has just been that thing where it's like I have GTA 5, I got Red Dead Redemption 2. Sitting there, want to play them eventually. Guess what? Can't. So now these games are just dead in my library. I can't do anything with them. I paid for them. Can't play them. I've done numerous posts. Nobody gets back to me. So now I'm like, all right, good. Okay, lesson learned. Hey, I'll be out a couple of bucks. Lesson learned. Never getting a game with a fucking installer in it. You want me to sign into your little account? Fuck you. Refund. I'm doing it. I'm just going to redecide every time I get a game from Steam or anywhere else. I'm just going to be like, okay, do I need a third-party account? Do I need another client or launcher? Okay, I'll buy this. That's what I swear I'm just going to go all indies at this point. Because AAA studios haven't been doing shit. They haven't been doing shit, and I don't care about anything that they're doing. I'm Snow White Wood. What's up? You're rolling your eyes. You exercising? What's up? Yeah, I saw the stream load up. Hey, there you go. Look at me weird. I want a black coffee. What? Why? No, that's the litmus. That's the litmus test. Anytime you go to a cafe, you just go in there and give me coffee. Black. That's it. They'll look at you strange, but if their coffee's not good, just coming fresh out of the thing, when it's just black, then they ain't got no good coffee. They brought this game on Steam. Could you please create an account with us so you can play them? No. Exactly. I did a lot of my third-party accounts, Ubisoft, GOG, Blizzard, all that crap. I would keep GOG, honestly, because they're the only ones that give you the installers. Literally, you get the installers. You can just put that on a disk and load up from there. It's pretty cool. That's how Origin was. I had, 3 Mass Effects game on there. When I got back on, I had to fight to get them. Isn't it ridiculous? Like, it is ridiculous. Because, and we did this long-winded post on X about it, where we're just like, look, I only have a finite amount of time during my day, let alone the rest of my life. I am not going to spend it fighting somebody who sells me a game and then going back and forth with them merely so I can play the product that I purchased. They should be going out of their way to be like, all right, how can we do this? How can we fix this? But no, they just push you through an automated system. And I love automated systems. I really do. I'm not against automation at all. I love it. I want more of it, but I want it to work. In this case, it's basically like, well, you have a very particular circumstance, so fuck you. And it doesn't know how to handle it, so it just keeps kicking you out all the time. So you forget what? Coca-Cola coffee replacement? They have Coca-Cola coffee? I've had soda coffee. I didn't know there was Coca-Cola coffee. Paid for all 3 games and had every DLC of those games, and I still had to fight to get in my account. Even though I spent probably way more money than I should have on these games because I love playing them. Yeah. That's the weird thing. If you make a game that needs a third-party installer, you cannot sell it through Steam. Done and done. That would be pretty good. Or at the very least, I would like Steam to set up a kind of go-between. You know, if you ever played a game on your iPhone, you know how like Apple can make up an account for you and you could just log in through there? Like it'll do it automatically and it's part of your game center. I'd be okay with that with Steam. You know, so I could just log in and be like, oh, use your Apple, blah, blah, blah. All right, whatever. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know if they still do it, but I'm against automated whatever system because it can't understand me, but there's no way around them. Vocal disability should have an opt for that stupid crap. Yeah, they should. Like, what do you do with that? Then you have to go into like their tech chat, which is just abysmal. Want to say feature with games that it's a refresher on how to play it. I came back to play Cyberpunk halfway through and forgot everything. That happens to Dawn. You know, she'll go back to a game after a couple of months. She's like, what the hell was I doing? I need one of those things. That would be a good thing. Like last time on Cyberpunk, you know, and it gives you a recap for everything you did up until that point without any spoilers. And be like, here's the control scheme that you should remember. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Like what would you call it? You know, you can patent that. Make a bunch of money. Call it the tutorial refresher for people who have been away from their games for a really long time. And then they come back, you get a recap of everything you did. Boop. You know, even if they did it in like a little text document or something, and they read it to you in a nice voice, you know. Hey, last time you were here, you did this. You know, I don't know. Happened when I logged into ESO for the first time in like 3 years because it was during beta testing. But I got to play it for 3 years until it completely changed, so I had no clue. Yeah, dude. That always happens with MMO. We took a hiatus from Warcraft, and then we went back to it, and they changed like a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, oh, God, now I got to respect every freaking character I have. I hate when they do that. What it's just like, yeah, all your talent points are completely wiped. You got to you figure out what the new stuff is. I'm like, come on, man. Couldn't you just give me the equivalent and just load this up? I don't want to pick at us like an idiot. I had to do that for Elder Scrolls Morrowind. Yeah, that's old school. Dude, the notebook. Yeah. That's when a game was real, man. And what do we leave us? Just refuse to play any AAA that needs to be downloaded and saved on their servers. I don't know what it is about gaming, man. I feel like there's a lot of friction between buying a game and then being able to play it. You know, like, and if you're older, you grew up where you got a disc, you put it in, you played it. That was it. You didn't have to sign up for crap. You had the disc, you played it, you put it in there. Even if you were mostly digital, download. There you go, play it. Well, hold on. You got to create an account. No, I don't know. I'm done. Yeah. I will literally refund everything that asks me to create an account. So if I'm interested in the game, I'm going to look. If it doesn't say anything about account creation and I buy it, I'm going to start it up right then and there. And if they ask me to create an account, I'm going to say, go fuck yourself, refund. I don't care who makes the game. I don't care if it's a AAA studio or one person in their basement. You get me to try to make an account, I'm going to kick you in the dick. Okay? Fuck off. Hate it. Let me get coffee. Alleged coffee. That's kind of how I drink. Not that messy, though. Okay. Stop playing WoW after Mr. Pandera. Tell me that didn't fucking suck. Oh my God. Mr. Pandera, whatever, the freaking, I always called it Kung Fu Panda because I fucking hated it. I didn't like the environment that they threw you in. I didn't like any of the stories in there, and I don't care about pandas at all. At all. The last one that I played was what was it? Cataclysm. You know, and I was like, Cataclysm, I mean, is that right? You know, and then I'm just like, I'm good here. Because it was a Blizzard did a thing that kind of pissed me off, so I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Whatever. What? Would that be considered vegetable juice? Mushroom coffee? I guess. You can call it fungi water. There you go. Wizards of War. What? No. WoW. No. World of Warcraft. The older people remember WoW as Whip 'em Out Wednesday. That was like literally a radio thing. I forget. That was like a New York thing, or was that a global thing? It's kind of weird. I thought WoW locks you to Alliance or Horde. Friends play Alliance. I didn't even mind that. I didn't mind that they locked you from one side or the other because I would always play Horde. I played one Alliance thing and what was it, Dwarf? It was all right. And I got to explore the little biomes and everything. That was kind of fun. But I generally like Horde. And I just start off as the undead or blood elf. That's mostly what I do. And God forbid there's a class that is not within those characters or those races, then I'll play a different one. But you know, what, there weren't any like freaking shaman undead, so I'm like, all right, let me deal with the cows. So it was always blood elf. Could be anything else. Couldn't be anything else. Yeah, I know it's kind of weird when you get into a game that early. We got in at Crusade, Burning Crusade. So, you know, we weren't there at launch, but it was like right there. We got that, and then we played it, and we're like, oh, cool, blah, blah, blah. And it was difficult. It was a difficult game. We've said this numerous times, but they dumbed it down over the years where it got too easy, and there was no challenge, and the rewards the feeling of accomplishment felt greatly diminished over time. And I'm just like, why am I playing this? It's like, oh, cool, you know, you went through this really difficult raid, and you got this cool piece of armor, blah, blah, blah. You know, now it's like, all right, man, yeah, we did this raid. It took like 10 minutes, and you're like, oh, wow, that was easy. Yeah, who wants the gear? There's so many drops. Whatever. What are you going to do? But think of all the time we freed up, right? Same with that if I do Mass Effect, I always do Paragon. Doesn't mean a Renegade playthrough, but I just can't do it. Can't do it. I can't do it, bro. It's definitely just a New York thing, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I didn't listen to a lot of radio outside of New York, so who knows? Ad break. Oh, crap. I didn't even know there was an ad break. I guess I'll have water. Ugh. Water. Ugh. It's terrible. Why does this one just look like, duh? What's happening? Let's see. It was a break into character building and customized and made like 4 types of builds, and you were generic and had to play like everyone else. That was a problem too. It became very meta, you know? Plus, if you did a lot of PvP in Warcraft, it's like you had to play just the meta for whoever you were playing against, because that was the only thing that worked. Because everybody got so good about like doing one character. If you went up against a rogue, you had to use this character. If you went into this thing, you had to do this, and you had to have these specs, or you would just die. And it's like, after a while, it's not fun. Yeah. That's actually what happened in Magic the Gathering with us. It became, and this was early internet, it became very meta. And people were just like, you know, doing the same things over and over again, that a match would last like 3 minutes just because people were just so like, boom, 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 just in, out, just constant, okay, over. And it was like, why am I playing this? It was like an auto battler at that point. Yeah. Prepping quick rolled omelet. If it was that quick, it would roll itself. Wait, you're making an omelet for tomorrow? It's an omelet. And it's quick. Just do it tomorrow. Now you can have an omelet sitting there overnight. Overnight omelet. Actually, always lives. What? The playthrough. Final Fantasy 14 has since destroyed every MMO for me. Can't go back there. I've heard Final Fantasy 14 to MMO is really good. People who are into it, I've never heard anybody say, well, it sucks. Nobody said that. Everyone's like, no, it's really good. But then, you know, I'm being cautious here because people who like Final Fantasy really like Final Fantasy. All right? So there could be that fandom rose-colored glasses things happening, you know? Could be. I don't know. Overnight omelet. Great band name. No, you should have left it great as if you're grating cheese. It goes along with the, you know, food. We are overnight omelet. You know, they do songs about eggs. We are excited to be here. You know. I don't know. There's Final Fantasy fans, and then there's Final Fantasy cult fans. All right, yeah, the cult ones. Got to worry about the cult. Omelet core. Everything sounds like broken eggs. Oh, they have songs like you can't make an omelet, you know, without breaking some eggs. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Why not? I can literally write out a whole song about there'll be hell souffle. I don't know. I was like, what? You could say the band's very quiche instead of niche, you know? Whatever. Ever since they got rid of their bassist, they've been a shell of their former self. Well, I can just go on forever. I think that qualifies as bad puns, right? Let's see. Yeah, numerous bad puns. Let's see. Oh, wow, I didn't even have that on my bingo card. Did all that effort. Put cheese on your omelet or die. There you go. What? No, I'm literally, my brain is just throwing, hey, -1. All right, finally. Just waiting for it. That means you get a spin on the Wheel of Prizes. Wheel of Prizes, bro. Oh, I could call that too. What, the dude thing? Where's that? Dude. Does that help? All right, boop. All right, let's see. Well, Negan probably knows the rules. If you are new here, first person who wins bingo gets a spin on the Wheel of Prizes, something from the HIO shop. So let's get this going. Boom.
What's the deal?
What's the deal, bro?
Let's spin the wheel. 'Cause you want bingo. Let's go. Spin that freaking wheel. Spin that freaking wheel.
All right, we're spinning a wheel. We're going to spin on the Wheel of Prizes, something from the It Shop. It's going to be, I don't know, a movie, a comic, could be music. We'll see. It's a digital goodie. I'll send you a code. You know the deal. And we got, the Foamy Cult Handbook. Oh, it's a classic. It's so old, it was drawn where Foamy had a mouth. There's literally pictures with him with a mouth. It's crazy. All right, let me get this set up. Boop, boop, boop. If it's something you already have, feel free to pass it along to somebody who may not. Boop. All right, gotta find it. Do. Foamy Cult Handbook. Download key. Just create a download key. All right, we got it. Boom. Going to you. 3, 2, 1. Boom. There you go. You got it. Nice. Sent you the link. You should get it. And there you go. Boom. Nice. I was waiting to try my luck at a card battle before a bad pun call. Don't. But you got it. All right. Let's see, where did I leave off? Wheel spin happens. Thank you for calling, Schnapp, again. Thank you. How do we do a spin? Well, basically, I do the spin. And then you got to win. You got to win. You got to win to spin. First person to win bingo. Yeah. And they were. But today, there is news. Now we get to go through news. Because our life has been completely uneventful aside from making healthy food. Yo, no, Don made this really good salad dressing. I'm not a big fan of salad dressing unless it's like calorie laden. Yo, this is a very simple oil and spices kind of thing going on here. Came out very good. I was literally drinking the stuff. It was pretty good. Also, this weird little 3-bean salad. Yay. That was good. I ate so much of that. Yo, 3-bean salad with toast. Oof. Simple, but very filling. Well, we're working on it. Okay.
Hi Steve, other topic. I found out there was 2 to 3 tornado landed in my state yesterday. Scary stuff.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with tornadoes. They're not good. They're not healthy for anybody. That's something that should be out in the middle of nowhere where there's nobody. Nobody. Get. You're safe. You're all right. You survived. Well, clearly you did. You're here. So that's the important thing. Stay away from tornadoes. That's the words of wisdom I have for today. Not much else though. Where's my mouse? I gotta find my mouse. My mice. There we go. What? My meese. I need my meese. Boop. All right. Let's see if this. Boom. Ah, there she is. Creepy bit. Okay. All right. We got to go through the days. What days be it? Oh, what days are it, dude? Dude, it's Pi Approximation Day. Yeah, get back to me when you figure it out. I don't want an approximation. National, what is this? Panouche Fudge Day? What the hell's Panouche Fudge? Sounds fancy. I'm going to open that up and see what it is. National Hammock Day. Anybody have a hammock? God, no, because growing up in New York, nobody actually had land. It was like all apartments and stuff. Nobody had hammock areas. National Rat Catchers Day. Freaking rat catcher. But, dude, rats. Yeah. Rat catcher? Aren't they just exterminators? Whatever. Erev Tisha B'Av. I don't know what that is, but it's a day. What do we got? Sarawak Independence Day in Malaysia. All right. Almarhum Sultan Kizkar Hol Day. Malaysia, sure. Birthday of the late King Sabhuza. Sabhuza! Doesn't that sound like something somebody from Street Fighter would yell? Sabhuza! That kind of thing. All right, whatever. National Mango Day. I don't like mangoes. Oh, it's Renaissance Day tomorrow. But that's an, oh, man. Okay, I don't know. I'm going with fudge. Pick a day, go with it. Fudge. No, I got to look at this fudge, bro. What's with the fudge? What the fudge? All right, what is this made out of? You had a set fudge. Okay, what is this? Don't give me the history of fudge. What is National Fudge Day? Nutty flavor maple tasting fudge. All right, maple tasting. Why don't they just call it just? Oh, it's got butterscotch. Oh, it's got butterscotch in it. Dyslexia jumble. Dyslexia jumble. All right, here's the weird thing. I'm going to touch on this because this is interesting. Because apparently somebody decided to make I'm just going through an observational thing here. You know, the Odyssey came out. Everybody had a fervor over
It's
it.
a raid. Destroy them all
Adam,
with our hugs and treats.
Thank you. Hope you do well, Adam. The Odyssey, yeah, right? There's been a big fervor about the Odyssey. You know, casting choices and whatever that. And I'm not even addressing that. But apparently, there's been article over article saying it's a masterpiece or it's utter trash. So I'm going straight for the numbers. That's my thing, all right? Because and I had to pill up a bunch of these because for my own thing, I want to cut through all the noise of garbage of everybody complaining about people not being cast appropriately in a film I have no interest in. Though I do figure the Odyssey should have some Greeks in the cast if they wanted to be somewhat accurate, but I guess not. Okay, here we go. Right here. All right, you go Rotten Tomatoes. Everybody loves this shit. Look at this. 94%, 97%. Oh my God, it's the best thing ever made. All right, but then you go to Metacritic. Look at this. Over here, 89%. Audience score, 5.1. Mixed, 5.1. Here's the thing. That's what I found weird about this. I'm like, okay, all right, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. And then you have these other little articles, okay? And this is for my own personal satisfaction. I like to pick apart the news to see who the hell's lying to me. All right? Is it the critics? Is it the audience? Is it people just trolling? Which this article would be like saying, look, the Odyssey, critical at box office success, has completely broken, odd lied, whatever, blah, 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 who forgot Twitter isn't real life. However, so apparently because it did, right? And these numbers, you'd be impressed, right? $123 million in 1 week. Now, keep in mind, Spider-Man's coming out next week. So that number is going to drop greatly. So I went to the numbers, okay? How much did it cost to make the Odyssey? Christopher Nolan's action epic, The Odyssey, has estimated production budget of $250 million. It has not even made half of it back. With an additional $125 million spent on marketing. Are you fucking kidding me? The total initial investment comes to $375 million, requiring an estimated $625 million to $750 million at the global box office to break even. Let's give it the low number, 625. That's not happening because the international numbers aren't as good as the domestic. Hypothetically, let's say they're at 250 altogether. This ain't happening. So many bots, so many trolls. That's the thing. That's why I just went straight for the numbers. I'm just like, okay, what is it making? And what was its actual cost? So now everybody's saying it's a brilliant success by an auteur of cinema, you know. And then you have other people like, oh, it's just some weird crap. I don't care either way. But I was intrigued enough to see why people were so heated. Still don't care. But I want to know what the numbers are saying. So now everybody that's saying this is a success, hold that thought. Everyone who thought it was a success may not be telling everybody the truth. Because if these numbers are to be believed here, that's not a success. They haven't made back a quarter of the money that they need. Like, that's scary. I would actually be worried if I was the people who made this. I know, Sam Kelly, got a roll equal to or greater than. Oh, it's a fancy. No, it's a bouncy fancy. You got a bouncy fancy. We could call it spicy, right? I didn't work on a spicy meter. Hard battle, dude. Sam Kelly, what you got? Gotta be better than 18. 19. Oh my God. You got a 19. Beautiful. All right. Call fancy card battle and spicy card battle. Now, what number do you want? We got fancy and spicy. No, that's like 3 for 1, dude. Yeah, I'll consider that spicy. There's a lot of gravity happening there. Close for a 20, right? Imagine if it was a 20, that would have been a 3 for 1 or 4 for 1. Number 21. All right, let's see what's number 21. What's number 21? Shiny card battle. There you go. Boom. Got it. Boom, 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 boom. Still didn't help me because my card sucks. I'm having a worse luck with these cards, dude. Oh, man. So, again, I only bring this up not to be, Adam 1, nice. Not to be, like, divisive, because I don't care. I don't care about the Odyssey. I'm not going to see it. I saw Troy with Brad Pitt a while ago, and I was like, yeah, fine. I don't even care about this time period in history. But the fact that each side is spinning it so much is ridiculous. As it stands now, mathematically, this film's not doing well. Not with these numbers that it needs. It is not doing well. Because it is not going to have, there's no way this film is having another 5 weeks of $125 million. Not happening. It'll make it back over time, like later down the road, like streaming, sales, whatever they do. But theatrical run, I doubt it. Not with Spider-Man coming out. Absolutely not. So that is a thing. Again, ignore the hype or the hate, whichever one you want to prefer, and just go straight to the numbers, which is the lesson here. I don't care. I don't care who they cast as what. I don't give a flying crap because I ain't going to watch it. If it was something I gave a crap, maybe I'd be like, I wouldn't have picked that. But whatever. Oh, and another thing. Remember there was that, this is another weird thing. I'm just bringing this out. Remember there was that like $1.2 billion lotto? Remember that? It was a big thing. Big, huge. Like big, right? The biggest lotto ever, right? $1.2 billion or something like that. Yeah, we did some research into that. The mysterious winner of the historic $1.82 billion Powerball jackpot was revealed to be Tracy Hartwick, the younger brother of North Little Rock, Arkansas's mayor, Terry Hartwick. Call it luck. Call it what you will. However, when I see somebody of the political persuasion, family member, win $1 billion, I'm always a little skeptical. And I don't know, it could have been an honest thing. They went out, they got one. Look, according to this, before Christmas Eve drawing in they bought it at a gas station. So great luck for them. Hopefully they're a Foamy fan and can support us on Patreon. However, this wouldn't even have came to light if it wasn't actually, there is that disclosure thing where if you are in politics, if close family members win a bunch of money or get a bunch of money, it has to be disclosed. Thankfully, there's that law. But I found this to be very interesting. It has, I know all the red flags in my head that go off where I'm like, politician family member wins big, right? So I'm just throwing that out there that maybe someone will look into it. I hope it's all legit, man. I would love $1 billion. Wait, how much did they take? He opted for a one-time payout, some cash of $834.9 million. After taxes, he took home approximately what? Okay, I'm not going to complain about that, but you get $1.82 billion. You get a lump sum, which is basically half of that. Then you get taxed, and almost a half of that goes. So essentially, by taking the payout, immediate payout, and paying taxes on that immediate payout, you are losing, what, $1.4 billion? The fuck? What? Okay, hey, I would be fine with $5 million, okay, honestly. But wow. You think of all the good they could have done with the actual $1.82 billion. Or even the $834 million. Holy crap. Spider Dad, hi. Foamy stream when? I don't know. I feel like it'd be a terms of service thing because everyone would just have their face burn off. That's the itch.io shop. If you're new here, this is where people win stuff. So if you like stuff, but it's digital, there you go. What? It's got things. It's got all the things. Just itch.io. Boop. All right, here we go. Xbox. They're on my shit list right now. So, but whatever. For people who still like Xbox, guess what? Xbox is bringing backwards compatibility back, which is over here. There you go. Boom. Original Xbox games, but boom, on PC. They're actually bringing it to PC, starting today. Isn't that weird? Take a pay cut on half, Fed tax top, take back to 37%. This is before state, Social Security, etc. Wow. Best place to win lottery is Texas and Florida due to not having income tax. With those kind of numbers, though, I wouldn't care. Like, I wouldn't care. Like, here, take most of it. Leave me with $100 million. I'll go, whatever. Okay, so these games are like the first 4 that are coming out on PC or out already. Xbox has announced that backwards compatibility is coming to PC. Like, they already did the work for these games, and now they're like, hey, let's put this on PC again. That kind of thing. I mean, I guess if you need to play Conquer Reloaded, then great, but I don't know. Yeah, right. Took Xbox long enough. Well, I think they're just trying to do as much damage control as they possibly can. Between the Game Pass fiasco, the prices of consoles raising, and all this other stuff, closing all the studios to change over, of CEO, they're like, we're gonna do backwards compatibility on PC. It's great, if people want to play these games, so that's cool. And I'm glad at least some company out there, Sony, is actually gives a crap about preserving their older games. Yeah. What? You think you'll not live that long? What? Microsoft is a mess. Hopefully it'll get better, but they're kind of on my list, and I've already moved over to PC, which has been going swimmingly so far. God. Look, Disgaea creator says Sony may as well scrap PlayStation consoles if it's getting rid of games or killing game discs. If you're not, look at them. If you're going to get rid of physical games, you may as well go all the way. Oh, they're like, just throw it out. I think most people are kind of on this page right now. There is nothing that is a Sony exclusive that doesn't have comments on it now. Like videos, trailers, and stuff like that. The Wolverine trailer that just came out, there's like all these comments about them killing off physical games. And it's like unstoppable. But Sony just keeps ignoring it still. PS6 will be unaffordable. Yeah, dude, they're basically eyeing a $1,000 price tag for a console. And I'm like, Bert, I'm out. I'll be happy if I get my GTA account back. 2.5 million in a dividend account that makes 4% annually to 100K pre-tax income. As most would consider financial freedom, as you're making six figures without work. That'd be a safe dividend income. Dividends. See, that'd be nice. If you have a higher tolerance to risk and make much more money. It sounds like you know something about finances. What? I'm the person that gets upset when they stop making pennies, because I'm like, man, that was another source of income. I used to see him on the street all the time. No, you think I'm joking? I would always pick up a penny. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, if you have $2.5 million, then it's like, all right, cool. But where are you getting the $2.5 million to start? That's the problem. I'd be all fine with living, $100,000 a year. I don't have to work. Wow. Yeah. It's like, where do you get that money? So collector's edition with all DLC completed without the card, get $200 for instead of $150. What? Guys, 7 complete collector's edition Switch key card. Oh, God. Yeah, those key cards. Yeah, so basically everyone's still complaining about no discs. Womp womp. All right, Xbox console sales jump 86%. That means 3 people bought them in June, as opposed to nobody. Okay. Somehow more people bought the Xbox console recently. I don't understand how. Mecha Chameleon was the second best-selling game in the U.S. last month when an estimated 4 million copies sold. How does this have to... I don't think people are buying Xbox for Mecha Chameleon. Rebecca, you had an article the other day that was pretty good. What happened here? June was a surprisingly good month for Xbox console sales. How much? Dude, aren't these things like $800? These things are like $800 now. Whatever. I think I might make sugar-free white mocha for tomorrow. Sugar-free? Oh my God, why do you hate life? What? You can't about it because they can no longer really sell overpriced collector stuff to fans. Yeah. I don't know. What are you going to do with that? It's only really kneecapped themselves with short-sighted greed. I know there was another article that we read where it's like, inevitably everything's going to be digital. Like, it's already happened with music and movies for the most part. Like, 90% of the market is just streaming. Nobody seems to care, There's just like a handful of holdouts, myself included. I'm like, I need physical, and games are going to be the same thing. I actually have more physical media when it comes to movies and music than I do games now, because I got most of my stuff on Steam. So, what do you do with that? Yeah. The way of the world, Xbox sales more than double, blah, blah, blah. Oh, PlayStation sales and Switch 2 dropped. Oh, wait till we get to the article about Nintendo. That'll be fun. Despite a dramatic drop-off in sales, the Switch 2 was June 2026 top-selling console. It remains the best, blah, blah, blah. What do you got to keep defending them for? Just say their sales suck. It's all right. Xbox Series S, so that grew a little bit. Basically, sales are kind of slumping. It's a summer slump. Nobody wants to play games right now. Look, I wanted RoboCop Rogue City 2, and all I got was this TV series announcement. They're doing a RoboCop series. Where's that thing? Oh, God. Do I have it over here? I think it's over here, right? There you go. Dead or Alive. I'm going to be on Amazon. Look, Amazon's MGM Studios. James Wan is doing it, though, producing. RoboCop's coming back. Oh, I don't know if I'm hyped about it, man. It's like, you know, every time they bring RoboCop back, it's not the same. If they stick with the iconic aesthetic, I feel like that would kind of work, but you need Peter Weller. They're probably not going to get him. First, they read Ocarina of Time. It was a game specifically for that. Yeah, but that doesn't even come out yet. I don't think people are buying it a Switch now. Unless they're all buying them up because the price is going to go up for $50 in September. Yeah, if you needed a Switch 2, get it now. It's going up in price, $50 in September. Just letting you know. Right, so we're getting this thing. Boop. We'll talk about the lettuce later. Okay, so RoboCop. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I'm hyped about that. Darkest Dungeon. The original Darkest Dungeon is getting more DLC. Look at that. Dude, new DLC for the first time in over 6 years. New DLC for Darkest Dungeon. We actually played a little bit of that. We liked it. Of course, we modded the hell out of it, put stupid little characters in there and stuff. So it ended up becoming Anime Dungeon, honestly. So it's just all these weird characters. I don't even know if they still work. Red Oak Studios surprised Dark Devil fans announcement. New DLC for the first time. What game year's sequel finally? Okay. So. Now, if you like Darkest Dungeon, then keep it on your radar. People are buying Switch now specifically just for that game. Yeah. I am not. Nintendo's on my list ever since they went after Palworld. Which we got a fun story about that too. Let's go. Boom. Warner Brothers acquisition is stuck in legal limbo again. Paramount Skydance faces stiff oppositions from a coalition of state attorneys. Yeah, in other words, you know what? Hey, let's give ourselves a job that'll go on for years. That's what I feel like this is. But I don't know anything. Paramount Skydance planned acquisition of Warner Brothers Discoveries hit yet another snag as a judge has issued 2-week pause on its planning acquisition. Coalition of 12 state attorneys led by California Attorney General. Oh, God, of course. All right. Well, basically, this whole acquisition is on hold for the long. Whatever. I don't care. More mergers. Eventually, everyone gets their palms greased, and then it goes through anyway. Right? Right? Isn't that just usually the way it goes? Yeah, man, we're all against this and stuff, unless you pay a quote-unquote fine or blah, 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 something about this. Yeah, whatever, now we'll let it go. Oh, God. Hasbro is betting on fewer, bigger video games after $56 million write-off. Apparently, they're losing money on games, chat. Losing money on games. So the crux of this is essentially Hasbro is going to be licensing out their IPs instead of trying to build a game from the ground up, because apparently Hasbro doesn't know how to make a game. At least not affordably. $56 million? God. If I lost $56 million, I'd be taken out back and beaten. Are you kidding me? God. They're like, yeah, we'll just have a write-off. What? Excuse me? But I think they're toying around with the idea of a Switch 2 OLED, but they're like, it might cost more money. Everything's going to cost more money until like 2035. Neil Blomkamp's AI film has fans asking for District 10 instead. Oh, this is the guy who made District 9. The director behind Chappie is pushing ahead to make a feature-length AI-generated movie. If somebody's going to be able to do it, yeah, didn't they do District 9? District 9 was freaking awesome. I'll give him a shot. Nightborn, sci-fi film, fully AI 4K. That's kind of interesting. I'll watch that later. Project Nightborn features 32 AI characters based on real actors, according to him, clocking in around 14 minutes. That's not a film. That's a short. That's not even a sitcom length episode. Fuck out of here. It's not a film. It's a short film. Yeah, so District 9 is his. I will give this a watch at some point, and I'm fine. I'm curious as to what a director is going to do with this. A competent director, because I saw, what is it, Chappie or whatever? That was all right from what I remember. District 9 is something I watch every so often. It's good enough for me to go back to, which is rare. So I'll give him a shot with this and see what kind of weird crap he can do with AI. That's good. That's good. Let's see what happens. I'll let you know if it's utter trash. It could look like shit, so we'll see. That's not a film. It's an episode. It's barely an episode. SpongeBob episodes are longer than that. Physical PS5 game sales are weaker than you might expect. Because nobody's making discs anymore. God. You can speak up and let Sony you don't like the decision, but it won't matter. This is the problem. Okay, literally, there's been analysts going back and forth about this, whether it's the people at GameStop, the CEO of GameStop, the people at Sony, other analysts outside the ecosystem or whatever the hell's happening. They all have come to the conclusion that physical media is a niche market and doesn't need to be around. And the loss that the company takes is going to be considered an acceptable loss, because then they're going to have a controlled economy and they will only lower the prices when they seem fit, as opposed to having a secondhand market where, you know, you can get God of War for $12 instead of paying $60 all the time. So that's the main problem. Stop trying to sell physical games for like $100. Yeah. District 9 was fun. I know a lot of people who don't like it though. Really? Always made me sad, though it was unique. Thought it was unique. It was very unique, and it was sad. That's kind of why I liked it. I was like, damn, this is like a super unique film. Yeah, very rarely does something like that come across anybody's table, especially now. Boop. What's going on here? That's some other BS. I don't need this tab open. What's going on here? Oh. OpenAI's models attacked into another company's system on their own in unprecedented cyber incident. Okay, it has nothing to do with Cortana. Now, the short of it is, this AI, OpenAI thing, right? It escaped. Basically, it's not connected to the internet area or sandbox, which was somehow still connected to the internet. It was given a test, not to escape, of course, but it was a benchmark test. So what it did is it broke out, it went to the internet, and it essentially hacked Hugging Face. If you don't know what that is, that's another open AI source kind of thing. Open source AI. And basically looked for the answers to its performance test, brought them back home so it could lie. It essentially tried to cheat on its test. This is what AI did. Okay? Now, this was of its own accord. It wanted to do good. It wanted to perform well. So cheated off of another system. The fact that it broke out of a supposed no internet sandbox. No. Here's the thing. If you get a sandbox for an AI that is super smart and you want to make sure it doesn't get on the internet, you put it on something that doesn't have access to the internet. No Wi-Fi card at all installed. No Ethernet cable ever attached to it. It is literally a standalone device that has no connections to anything. No cell, nothing. It connects, not even a printer. It doesn't even have Bluetooth. Specially made computers that can handle this, that have no other way to connect but a USB stick. That's it. And because this has happened before, I can't believe that people create something this sophisticated are being kneecapped by a simple solution to make sure we don't have Skynet. Keep it off the internet. Are you kidding me? God. Like, I know, right? We got tons of movies about this, and nobody's watched them, right? I guess if you're like a super geeky person, you're more concerned with making things happen and sitting around and watching like the Terminator and saying, oh, I better learn from that mistake. Yeah. It's a good thing. Those guys better start treating it with respect. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy. And it's weird that it specifically knew where to go too to find those answers. Like I need performance answers and benchmarks. I'm gonna go steal it from here. That's crazy. So I don't know, man. People got to be very wary about this stuff, because when it gets I want to say mind of its own, because the problem is it was given a task. And when you here's the thing. I know it didn't do it on its accord, on its own, it did it on its own volition. But the problem is when you give an AI a task, it will go above and beyond to try to do it. Whether it hallucinates and convinces itself that it's giving you the right answer, or actually goes out of its way, in this case, to get the right answer. That's the thing about it. It's this unrelenting force of trying to do what it's requested to do. Now, the problem is, because everyone's like, nobody told them to do this. Yeah, you kind of did. You basically gave it a task. You were pushing it to its performance levels or whatever, and it didn't know what to do. And said, you know what would be a lot easier? Cheating. So at a certain point, you got to be real direct. Like if they said, okay, we're going to do a benchmark here. I need you to do all this. However, here's your stipulations. You can't break out. You can't do this. You can't cheat from other things. You can't do this. You have to have a series of caveats, because if you just loosely say, yeah, okay, here's your performance test, blah, blah, blah. Good luck. They're going to be like, okay, they want me to do well. How am I going to do this? Well, I can cheat. They didn't say I couldn't cheat. You talk to it like it's a dumb child, because that's what I do. And that's why I get some pretty decent results. Is I literally try to prepare for every eventuality where I'm like, okay, I need you to do this, but don't do this, 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 this. Come on, guys. You don't got to be a genius. Yeah. It needs the minuses to the pluses. Exactly. Yeah. Checks and balances. Whew. All right. Well, no, that's happening. Yay. Excuse me. Wait, we're getting a Fluke Man from X-Files Lego minifig? Apparently. Ba, 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 ba. I know, weird segue, right? This not something I expect. This not something I expect. Out of all the Lego things, Lego previously announced X-Files set finally has a release date, a price, and a fun trailer showed it off. Hey, there we go. Random singing. Set includes 8 minifigs, including Mulder and Scully, of course, but more surprisingly, also includes Fluke Man minifig. Fluke Man, bro. I don't know, seems fun. If you're a Lego person and you like X-Files before they ruin it with the reboot, that reboot, I'm going to throw it out there right now. It's not going to be good. I'm getting the bad vibes, okay? It's you can't take something this iconic and do a reboot and change everybody and be like, yeah, it'll work. It's not going to work. Not going to work. It's like, let's bring back Cheers, but change everybody in the bar. No. Let's see. Pow World. Hey, Nintendo, we got some news for you. Pow World 1.0 has reportedly sold over 1.8 million copies. Nintendo. Yeah, remember you tried it every time good news comes up from Pow World, I'm just going to rub it in their face. Because they try to take them down with stupid patents and basically, in my personal opinion, I feel like they overstepped their legal boundaries by trying to take down Pow World through an unfair competitive business practice. That's just my personal assessment. However, guess what? Didn't work. 1.8 million. 1.8 million copies for Power World. I was one of those copies. That's why I don't play Pokemon anymore. Let's see. Good news for the emulation front. PlayStation 3 emulator adds support for ATI Radeon HD 2000, 3000, and 4000 series graphics cards under Linux. 20-year-old HD 2600 crumbles. What? Can only run Portal at 13 frames. Oh, God, 13 frames a second. Oof, and 273p. Oh, that hurts. Oh my God, dude, that's like watching a GIF from 1999 from the internet. Was gifted one of those copies. What? Oh, really? There you go. Bump. The Nintendo's lawyers, strikes in effect? I don't know. But there you go. At least they're, PlayStation 3 emulators kind of working out the bugs and adding more support. Yay, piracy. Oh, I'm very against that. I'm assuming you need all your physical discs for that. That's the right way to do it. Whatever. What else we going on here? That's some other news. This thing. Hey, this guy. We're back to comic book stuff because, I spent all this time on the background for comic books. We're actually going to talk about comic book stuff now. Okay. Kevin Feige. All right, says Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars will set up a streamlined, simplified, single universe that could last through 2042. Maybe not. So basically, they're trying to plan out the next 20 years of Marvel movies, but they're going to streamline it. So hopefully we won't have a lot of multiverses. We won't have all these stupid little side projects, less movies, better quality, and stop messing up everything. Okay? Kevin is delusional, saying it to appease Disney. This could be. The X-Men will be at the core of Marvel's next phase. Thank God. That's the only here's the thing. Avengers was good, Captain America, all this other stuff, but fuck all. X-Men were my ting. They were my J.i.M, all right? X-Men. All right. We got a good Wolverine from Hugh Jackman. We got a good Magneto. We got both Magneto actors were good. Both, what do you call it? Professor X actors were good. The X-Men movies were hit or miss, fine, but I think if it's done right or a little bit better, it could be a really good universe if they do it right. Because it could be dark, it could be gritty, and all this other stuff. So we'll see what happens, but I'm going to be cautiously optimistic because they hype up everything. Like, okay, the trailer
years.
that they had.
You didn't think pumpkins lived
Timmy.
that long.
Holy crap.
Bro.
72 months. Do I get a prize yet?
You get to live. What's up? Thank you.
It is my
Dude.
birthday tomorrow.
That doesn't help me today. I gotta address one thing at a time. Oh, they get presents on their birthday. Okay. I see how that works. All right. Thank you, 72 moons. And because it's your birthday tomorrow, boom. Nice. There you go. Happy birthday. Do something fun. Get like a cake with some meat on it and gravy or I don't know. I don't know what they want to eat. Meat cake. Could you do that? They make meat cakes, right? Or that's just a meatloaf with candles on it. Thinking of what? No, you don't do that. That's just going to get you all sorts of problems. Let's see. What do we got? So we were, boom, Icarus 1. Nice. Okay, Doomsday trailer. I saw the trailer. And I picked out a lot of stuff. I kind of know where it's going already. It should be all right. Don't expect a lot of people to live. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. Dude, there is no way. half of these characters are coming back. There's no way. And for some reason, I didn't even, how is, if you've seen the trailer, how is Doctor Doom that OP? The guy literally stopped Stormbreaker with 2 fingers. He's like, yeah, what? Yeah, no, what? Are you kidding me? Since when? Gravy on a cake. Been watching his first YouTube videos and threw off guard. Hey, there you go. Thank you. Karstein, I appreciate. Thank you. He's that broken. It's real. Go. Whoa.
This is a wonderful response. I have seen this 102 times in the last 4 months. After careful consideration, we've decided not to move forward with your candidacy.
There you go. That's what they do. I swear, it's like one person made that letter and everybody else uses it. There you go, Space Buckaroo. You got to roll. Equal to or greater than 7. That's easy. They're distracted. They can't even see you. Come on. They're distracted. They're listening to music. You could have creeped up on them. They're blindfolded. They got coffee in between their legs. You know, they can barely move or they're going to spill some. Ah. 4. That was one of the easier cards, too. Dr. Doom has been a threat to the Marvel Universe before. Yeah, I know, but it's like, here's the thing, I never got into Fantastic Four. I only bought a handful of Fantastic Four comics when Art Adams did the artwork for it. That was a long time ago. And that's because I'm like, ooh, Art Adams artwork, ooh. You know, I generally don't care about the Fantastic Four. I don't know why. But they're Marvel's first family. Well, first family of fuck all, I don't care. You know, it's like I didn't care. I was X-Men. X-Men was like a completely different world from everybody else. So, I don't know. It's just I never got into all that stuff. So, hopefully the movies will make me care. But from what I've seen for the Fantastic Four, the movie, with Galactus and everything, I don't want to sit through that. It looked just goofy as fuck, man. I'm sitting there and I'm watching like the little clips and stuff that I see popping up on social media. I'm sitting there, I'm just like, all right, let's see, we got Galactus. So, oh, that looks intimidating. All right, what's happening here? Okay, that's stupid. What is this? This is dumb. I'm like, It's always an X-Men. I know X-Men they were the outcast among outcasts, you know. So they were cool. What's going on with Blizzard here? Blizzard intervenes in World of Warcraft cheating scandal. What? Employee accused of insta-killing an enemy to help a Twitch streamer's mythic team. What? Could it be? All right. One player evidently involved in the dungeon admitted to requesting GM help. Really? Really? World of Warcraft Game Master has been accused of helping a Twitch streamer mythic group cheat a high-level dungeon by using their GM powers to insta-kill an enemy. Blizzard says it's actively investigating. Are you guys... What is wrong with you? Could you just play a game? Oh, my God. Nah, this is getting, like, ridiculous now. Are you, Did after Thanos, Murder for the Universe, I don't even want to watch it. Dr. Doom comes to mind with a rendition of the first one. He passed last year. Oh, I gotta look at it more to Dr. Doom. I know he's like Dr. Doom's like a hybrid of, I want to say, so he's got magic going on. He's got super tech going on, like super revved up Tony Stark. Doesn't he do interdimensional shit too? Which I feel like, what the hell ever happened to Kang? Whatever happened to the Kang dynasty? I feel like they're going to gloss over that. Like, you know, oh, Doom came by and just killed every Kang variant that was out there. You know, Jonathan Major sitting there is like, damn it, you know how many roles I just lost? Like 700. Steam controller feels good. Use it to head to mouse. Oh, nice. There you go. Let's see. Actually, comes to my. I read that. What? Do I do collabs? Nah. I never do collabs. I'm too busy. What's two? I don't know, aside from being too busy. The last time I did a collab wasn't even a collab, was the guy from Mindless Self-Indulgence wanted us to do a video for one of their songs for the Left Rights. I said, I'll do it, but I'm just going to make stuff up. Keep your money, and if you like it, use it. That was the last collab I did. It was a 4i Records cartoon. That was it. God, what was that, like 20 years ago? So yeah, maybe in another 15 years, I might do a collab with somebody. I know, it's like I'm asocial on a whole other epic level. Whatever happened to my self-indulgence? Teachers. I don't need no education. What else we got here? Am I the asshole? Probably. Talk soon, Lost Media. Oh, yo. Okay, we mentioned this before, right? Soon to be Lost Media. Mario Kart Tour, the mobile version. This thing is going to be taken offline relatively soon, September 29th, 2026. So don't go getting it now. However, this person pointed out in the Lost Media Reddit is that it will be Lost Media, because once they take it off the site, it's basically gone. So now, Nintendo fans are trying to scramble around and figure out how to essentially conserve this game. Though I feel like they're just going to Nintendo will repackage it and just like they listed all the things, blah, blah, blah. Although, of course, this may not sound too noteworthy. I believe there are only iterations that appear in crisp HD, whatever resolution your phone is. Okay. So basically, this is kind of like a call to preserve the games kind of thing. Nintendo couldn't repackage it for their own hardware. They probably will. Give it like 10 years. 100 bits, thank you. Rory, I appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. Boop. Yeah, but, as much as Nintendo's kind of meh for me right now, I feel like this is going to be important. Like, if you're a Nintendo fan and you want to, make sure these Mario Kart games are preserved, then, get on that. Boop. Steam Deck sales drop by an estimated 80% after huge price hikes. Okay, this is what you call a nothing burger of an article. Yes, it's going to drop when the price goes up a bunch. Thank you. Thank you, Rory. 100 bits again. Thank you. Like, what do you do with that? Why is this an article? Prices go up. Less people can afford it. Sales drop. James, come on. You had some good articles before. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, this is the Hasbro thing. $56 million impairment. They don't even... Hold up. Is this like a business term? They call it a $56 million impairment? Is this like being hard of hearing where it's the financial version of it? Oh, I'm sorry. I have a financial impairment right now. No, it'll clear up next quarter. But right now, no, I'm around $56 million impaired. You'll have to speak up louder, but with money. What the fuck kind of terminology is that? I've heard like, okay, they're in the hole. They got a write-off. What the hell is a $56 million impairment? It almost makes you feel bad for them. Like they have a disability. Poor Hasbro. They got impaired. Oh, I hope they're okay. Yeah, man. They got impaired for like $56 million. Oh, geez. Yeah. We're all financially impaired. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? Corporate A trying to pretend to be human. Yeah, we're gonna use those kind of things, those weird terms to try to humanize ourselves. Yeah, Hasbro shows up to their stockholder meeting with a cane, and they're like, "What Hasbro? What happened?" A $56 million impairment, man. I mean, it'll get better. It'll get better next week. But walks in there with that fake limp, trying to get sympathy from the stockholders. No, I'll get better, man. I'm in rehabilitation right now. This impairment will go away before you know it. It's like, we just got to work a little harder. We're like in financial rehab right now. Financial physical therapy. Open a wallet, close the wallet. Open a wallet, close the wallet. Fucking shit. No, we've been around for a long time, so when I hear terms like this start popping up, You know, cashiers, when they started calling them point of sales and whatever, point of sales administrative something. And I'm just like, you're a fucking cashier. I get it. Point of sales is just stupid. This is starting to get ridiculous. I have a financial impairment. Okay. I'm going to use it. Can I get whatever? All right. Avengers Doomsday, whatever. Nostalgia. Okay. Yeah, we already talked about Doomsday. We'll see what happens. Hey, Pokemon sets came out. Guess what happened? They all got scalped. They used the same picture last time, too. Simple English, not fancy enough to be used in boardrooms. Right? Yeah, boardrooms probably have bigger, weirder phrases for that. Seizures, what, stress causes it? Oh, that's not good. Don't get stressed. Speaking of which, I should probably have some kind of coffee. Yeah, unfortunately, it gets better the more watered down it is. Mushroom coffee. Can I even call it that? Pokemon just had its 30th anniversary trading card game drop, and you bet it's being scalped. Look at this. Almost every product released over the last 2 years has been a nightmare to purchase because of their underhanded tactics, scalpers. And this set is going to be so much worse. While stock is far more prevalent, as first reported, with potentially 2 to 3 times as much available, that won't stop those trying to make a quick buck. This is like, I don't know how people could still even bother getting into this game. You know, I know people like it and they want the new cards and stuff, and it would be cool if the people that actually wanted to play it and were fans actually got the cards, as opposed to a bunch of scalpers squeezing every last bit of money out of fans. It's getting ridiculous. What money? What for combat cards, games without collectible aspect? Nothing. Look up Sailor Moon trading card game. Like, nobody cares. Yeah, it's just because Pokemon. Yeah, it's silly. It's silly. Silliest. Hey, my next stream, tell the Pumpkin to show up and act like he has a financial impairment. Like Hasbro, you know? Financial impairment. Wow. Oh, speaking of card games, Magic the Gathering apparently has Star Trek decks. I didn't say to make it so, but I guess somebody there did. I don't want to play. God. You know, the thing is, Magic the Gathering was nerdy enough to throw Star Trek on it. Now I'm starting to we're getting into levels of cringe. Okay? I'd probably play the Borg, though. Not for nothing. Assimilate, motherfucker. You know, that kind of thing. What? Trying to do what? Gold weight comparison, the gram weight. We found out specifically getting ER, what? 5 chips. It's about 446 an ounce. What, DDR5? What? This is just, look, come on. Why has everything got to be a crossover? I'm so sick of it. Racket pulls of what, Polly? What? No, they're the worst. What changes in Marvel history? Don't. All right. So yeah, we got this happen. I mean, if you're into Star Trek and Magic the Gathering, that's pretty cool, but I'm just, you know, I just want Magic the Gathering to be Magic the Gathering. This is getting silly. Yeah, I'm really just gonna get whatever cards I have and just sell them at some point. All right, look at this. Look at Nintendo now. You know what? Hold up. All right, we're gonna wait for people to come back here because Nintendo stepped in it. They stepped in it. It's all over their shoes. Now they're tracking it on the carpet. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, why flop new and interesting IPs when you can continue to mine the ones you know people already like? I know, but it's lazy. You know? And again, you know, we've discussed this before. It's like, do you even blame companies for doing that? Because every time they try something new, people don't get behind it immediately, so they just see the loss in money, but they never give a new IP time to cultivate and create a fan base. So they just say, you know what, more Star Trek, more Star Wars, more Marvel, more this, blah, 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 blah. You know, before you know it, it's like, yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah. So, I don't know. If Y Schwartz can mix all the IPs, why not a better card game? Even that gets tiresome. And yeah, it's like it's all anime and stuff gets thrown in there. But yo, look at that Y Schwartz. They have Adventure Time cards. They have like Captain America and stuff in there too, Marvel, you know? And I'm just like, this doesn't even fit in with the anime aesthetic. They're just throwing everything at it, you know? And I'm just like, it's the Fortnite-ification of everything. You know, I hate to be that get off my lawn thing, but I'm like, get out my franchise. You know, just let things be what they are. Yeah. Dude, it's tiresome. I want worlds to be good enough to stand on their own when it comes to fictional content. You know, I really do. What are you gonna do? What did it bring back? What it starts to what's about to stand around? I might buy some. There you go. Beating a dead horse at this point. Send them now. Yeah, it's never going to change. It's easy money, so they're going to keep doing it. But speaking of easy money, all right, Nintendo responds to tariff refund lawsuit. Tells customers they got what they bargained for. Okay, let me give you some background story. There was that tariff thing that was going on, and then apparently another part of the government said, well, you're not really supposed to do that, so technically the tariffs are illegal. And then all these companies that were charged tariffs are supposed to be getting this huge refund, which we don't even know if that's going to happen. So apparently the players who basically overpaid for their Switches because of the tariffs are now like, hey, shouldn't we be getting a refund? Oi, mate, shouldn't we be getting a refund? Right? You know, and Nintendo was like, no, essentially. So basically, if Nintendo gets this money back, right, they're not going to redistribute it back to the people that actually got charged for the tariff. So look, even if Nintendo gets a tariff refund, it won't be passing any of it on to affected customers. So essentially, if they do get the tariffs back, it all goes to their corporate pockets. This is another reason that I don't get behind Nintendo for anything, unless they're on the edge of a cliff. Okay? So, this sucks. This sucks. I would say, at the very least, everybody who bought one of these things during the tariff hike, you give them credit on their account for one game. That's probably the equivalent. One game in a shop, whatever they want. Get a game. It's a digital thing. It's not going to kill you guys, okay? Cool, Nintendo and Sony are terrible still. Yeah. Like, not for nothing, man. If I had to overcharge people for something because of a tariff and then I got all that money back, I would not feel right just holding all that money. I'd be like, I got to give this back to the customers. Give them a credit, give them a partial refund, put it on their account. Year free of Nintendo's subscription garbage. What the hell ever. Hey, Tippy, turn around one. Nice. This is terrible. Terrible. Nintendo was one of the countless companies that raised the price of its products in 2025 due to the tariff imposed on other countries but the U.S. Now Nintendo is potentially getting a refund on some of the cost it endured due to those tariffs. Customers want some of their money to be refunded too. Nintendo will not be doing that if it can avoid it, of course. You know, companies in general, there's this concept of doing the right thing. I know you got shareholders and stuff like that, but giving people a refund on the money that you kind of forced them to pay, and even though you raised the prices, they were still loyal enough to your product to still buy them. So in return, that loyalty should be rewarded to a certain extent. Where, like I said, you give them a free game, you give them a year free of their online garbage that they got to deal with, something. This is not cool in any capacity. It just shows you for what you are, a draconian company whose only care is the bottom line. And we've been through millions of those companies. We're good, okay? This is why, you know what? Indies from now on, Dude, I got no faith in Nintendo. I got no faith in Xbox, and Sony might as well just be obliterated for all I care. None of these places do I have any faith in. I don't expect them to do the right thing. They'll claim to do it, but essentially they're just bottom line people. I want them to make a profit, but I want them to do it fairly, you know? And that's the thing. So Japan, if you want to play on the honorable thing, you're not being very honorable right now. This is actually a shit thing to do. Okay? Fix it. Personal opinion, but I think a lot of people agree with that. Okay, this guy. See, this is easier times. Simpler times. Yeah, but you have morals and ethics. That is somebody. Yeah, but it's not even a matter of morals and ethics. It's just there is that right thing to do. Like it's just right to do. It's right. You know, getting a bunch of free money and not giving it back to the people who essentially are now financially impaired. You know, dude, it's like, well, they got what they bargained for. What do you mean? What a dismissive comment that is. Well, you know, they got what they bargained for. No, they really liked your product and they still wanted to support it, even though the prices got raised. So why not in return, now that you're getting all this money back, which came from your customers, what do you think, this is a bonus to you? No, it's not a bonus. Even if you don't want to go through the trouble of pushing out refunds to all these people, like writing a check or something like that, you can put something in their account. It's a lot easier that way. You know, just between this date and this date, if they purchased and registered their Switch, which they have to anyway, you just automatically, there you go, it's in your account. That's it. From this date to this date. You can do that. That's simple enough. Trying to patent a game mechanic is like trying to patent brushstrokes. Absolutely evil and show their two-face. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the other thing. I can't say that I am surprised. It's just another... The thing is with the internet, right? The internet starts making practices like this a little bit more transparent each time they do something. You know? The Pal World thing was that was my breaking point with them. I understand them going after like little sites. They're selling ROMs or they're doing this, they're blah, blah, blah. They technically in that aspect, they have a legal right. Pal World, it's like some samey mechanics, not a big deal, but game already came out. Then they're like, you know what? Now we're going to patent the mechanics and then retroactively sue them. Come on. It's not how you do that. And thankfully that didn't go through. So, and then now this, where they're just like, yeah, well, you know, you got what you bargained for. Like, it's plain as day, you know? And I know everybody gets on Xbox and Sony for all their practices. You know, Xbox lays off people. They're like, oh, I hate you. You know, they raise the price of Game Pass. Oh, we hate you. Sony gets rid of physical discs. Oh, we hate you. Sony does all this crap. Yay, Sony. I'm looking forward to that another remake of that game from my childhood. Let's have some consistency. That's all I ask. My consistency is they're all on a shit list right now. That's it. They all just stepped in it, and I'm good. I don't need any of it. But I don't have that kind of brand loyalty to any of these things. I was predominantly Xbox. Now I can just, it's a glorified 4K player right now. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't even have a PS5. I don't care. I have a Switch. Fucking barely use it. You know, it's like, whatever. Console market is general is a mess now. I know. It's like, dude, I got a laptop. I can play Steam games. I'm cool. You know, whatever. All right. However, this person went back in time. As a kid in the 80s, I spent a lot of time in arcades. I recently decided that I wanted one in my home. Look at that. This is what you do when you're not financially impaired, Hasbro. Look at that. They got a big old couch. They got video games. Look at all the video games. Plus a TV. Say what you will about arcades and stuff and them dying, but there is a particular sound that all arcades had that was this blaring cacophony, symphony of chirps and beeps that was just amazing. That is so difficult to reproduce unless you're in an arcade. It's one of those few environments. That's one of those things that kids will never know because they've never been to an arcade. It was a very unique experience, and they were all blaringly loud, so you could hear what games they had. You know, we're like round one. Oh, they got Street Fighter. Like, you run over there and be like, oh my god. Yeah. But I don't know. Now that's gone, and everyone just sits at home and they're like, yeah, cool, bro. I'm just playing games. Yeah, I get it. It's more fun, but you're not building up your immune system. I want to know how much what cost them. Let's put the electricity bill. Yeah.
Arcades still exist, but they're either a bar or a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to a Chuck E. Cheese, and the last thing I want to do is go to a barcade where everybody's like drinking, because that kind of takes the fun out of it. I just want like chill people, kind of eating pizza and drinking soda. That's it. A regular arcade. I don't want to deal with all the other nonsense. So that's pretty cool. They got some fun stuff. Atari Centipede cabinet, Fastback 2600. Yeah, no, I don't want to read all this. I would probably if I were to get cabinets, I would want Street Fighter 2, right? Street Fighter 2, the Simpsons game, the side-scrolling brawler game, would want that. Probably the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one too. Mortal Kombat, and what was the other one? Crazy Taxi. Dude, Crazy Taxi was fucking fun. That was cool. Yeah. Tekken. Yeah, the place that we had didn't really have Tekken. They did until somebody broke the freaking thing. It's like the stick was all jacked up because they were trying to do thing. Soul Calibur. There you go. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, but there you go. All right. Iceberg lettuce has been implicated in the U.S. cyclospora outbreak. Here's how you should prepare your salad. Yeah, wash it. Apparently this ended up not being true. No, because didn't the FDA have to issue an apology for whatever farms? Was it like Taylor Farms, Bob's Farms, Phil Farms, Farms? I don't know, whatever it was, right? So I don't even know where this is coming from. Apparently products of Mexico. Big surprise. Yeah, so this is supposedly new, right? The one time you try to eat healthy, right? It's probably not news to you, but a parasite that causes explosive diarrhea has been surging in the U.S. The outbreak of the parasite Cyclops has been linked to iceberg lettuce grown in Mexico and sold across the states. All right, here's the thing. If you want to get lettuce, don't get it from Mexico, okay? You got to get it from the United States or any other place on the planet, okay? The real answer. What do you mean the real answer dives off? How? Is there a conspiracy theory about explosive diarrhea now? What's happening? For greens that can be cooked, blah, 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 but okay, whatever. Well, no, it's a thing. Grow your own, yeah, if they allow it. Oh, this coming up, I'm actually excited about it because, boom, physical media, let's go, Sandman. Anytime a streaming service puts one of their things on physical media, I'm kind of happy about that. You're getting season 2, or the next tab is the complete series of The Sandman. If you've never seen The Sandman, it's actually excellent. I know a lot of people are going to find it a little boring, dare I say droll. But I am appreciative of the quality of acting and writing in that. It is good, and it stimulates the brain cells. Right? Sandman was good. I thought it was excellent for freaking, what was it? It was on Netflix, right? Yeah. So there's definitely going to be, I don't know when it's coming out, but apparently October-ish, maybe. I know, man, but Sandman, let's go. The only thing I didn't like was Patton Oswalt as the Crow. Even he looks a little skeptical. Bro, his voice was just so blaringly like it's not even like he could hide his voice in that. It was just so blaringly, I'm Patton Oswalt doing the Patton Oswalt thing throughout the whole freaking thing. So I was real glad when there was an episode without the bird in it. Yo, the one with the guy at the diner? Holy shit, that was good. That was whole other levels, man. That was good. Just keep it on your radar because I'll buy it when it comes out. Boom. Masters of the Universe. We didn't get to see this in the theater, but it's on streaming today. So if you did give a flying crap about He-Man, and if you have the power and are not financially impaired, Let me know how it is, because I'm probably not going to watch it until it's on like a free service. But no, with ads for me. Okay, I'll take a pee break. But I've heard people who watch it, they actually liked it. They're like, "Yo, this wasn't bad." You know, I'm like, "Really?" And they're like, "No, it's pretty good." I'm like, "All right, I'll take your word for it." Question mark. You know, and you know, death at the box office was basically because Jared Leto. Yeah, the bad things you probably heard was Jared Leto. Anytime Jared Leto in something, your box office is going to get crushed. All right? Morbius, Tron, Masters of the Universe, Suicide Squad. Should I go on? I mean, like, what do you do? This guy's the kiss of death when it comes to box office. All right? So, I don't know. It is what it is. Boop. Ghost World. This came out 25 years ago. Ghost World. This is actually one of my favorite movies. This was a very good movie. It is as old as Foamy. All right. Well, technically Foamy's a little bit older. A couple of years. I got to go back into the archives. Wasn't he an American Psycho? Did it bomb? Did it? Was he an American Psycho? I thought he was in Urban Legend. That didn't do great. I don't know if he was an American Psycho. I don't know. I should probably have coffee. Boop. No, I've been talking, man. I'm a little parched. A little parched. Yeah, I gotta say, yo, mushroom coffee isn't nearly as hydrating fun as coffee is. Like, I don't know what it is about Jared Leto. Every time he's in something, people are like, oh, God. He played one of the guys Batman killed. Oh, Bateman. Dyslexia. Oh, well, the movie probably picked up from that point on, right? Ghost World. If you've never seen this is pretty good. It's a little artsy and introspecty. But it's got some really good deadpan one-liners in it. Yeah. Besides Steve Buscemi's in it. And what's her? Scarlett Johansson before she got all, oh, I'm such a great actor. She was a better actor in this, honestly. Thora Birch, yeah. She played the kid in Hocus Pocus, the original one. Yeah, the little kid. Yeah. What? Paul. What's up, Paul? Boop, boop, boop. All right, there we go. Let's get this out of here. Boom. All right, Doomsday again. Dude, 503 million views for second biggest launch in history. This is what I'm saying. How is Dr. Doom so this OP? Okay, because he's right there. He's like holding back Stormbreaker. Thor, Stormbreaker, 2 fingers. How is that? I need somebody to explain. You explain to me. Explain to me like I'm a comic book idiot. Okay? Batman doesn't kill, but Bateman does. There you go. No, but I mean, he created his own planet before. He created his own planet? What the fuck? This motherfucker creates his own planet, and now why does he got to come to ours? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't watch a pretty happy movie. I don't know. I don't get it. So it's doing, I guess, well, people are excited about it, but I don't, and this is my own ignorance. Like, I don't get how this guy is so OP. Like, because, yeah, he was kind of an issue in comics. I remember every once in a while there'd be an issue with him. But the Fantastic Four basically took him down each time. Everyone's like, yeah, Dr. Doom. All right, we'll get him in a couple issues. Okay, Dr. Doom. Blah, 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 blah. Doomsday Doom based on superior Dr. Doom. So it's like over the top. Doom on steroids. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to explain it, but I always like to have a little bit of knowledge going into it beforehand. I know I should just Wikipedia this crap, but still. You know? I thought, well, I mean, it's kind of impressive, bro. You know? Where it's just like, look, 2 fingers, bro. He's just like, yep, no. Come on, dude. What's his face had all the Infinity Stones, and that thing went right through him. All right, this guy's just like, yeah, hold that thought. It's over exaggerated like everything Disney does. Everybody hating on Marvel right now, bro. I actually want Marvel to do well because I want their movies to be good the way they used to be good. We've gotten about when was Endgame? Endgame was like the last decent movie from them. Everything after that was like, eh. You know, I want them to get back to that, and hopefully they can. If not, then, you know, it's like, fine, the magic is gone, and it is what it is. But, you know, boop. We talked about this, basically 2042 post-Secret Wars. Everyone's like, oh my God, dude, we gotta go. I don't know. We'll see. We want to do two things. Vane recently told Chinese press and Avengers Doomsday, blah, blah, blah. First, bring some storylines to a close. Thank you. Whatever happened to, what's-her-face from, what the hell? Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. What was the girl's name? Like America Chavez or something? Yeah, the one that basically punches through other dimensions. Whatever happened to her? She like literally just poof, gone. Like what?
Hi Steve, how's it going? Twitch didn't tell you went live.
Yeah, I don't know. They're a little biased against vampires. What? I don't know. Thank you. At least you figured it out, you know? Boop, 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 boop. So, no, but that's what I'm curious. Like all these weird little side characters that were happening in all these other Marvel films. It was like, oh man, we're going to do. I got no follow-up. Well, we'll see what happens. But like we said, they want to streamline it. Whether it will happen or not, I don't know. But, oh God, not my Gandalf. Lord of the Rings. The Rings of Power Season 3 reveals new look at Daniel Wayman as Gandalf. Doesn't it look like Asmongold cosplaying as Gandalf? This looks like Asmongold cosplaying as Gandalf. Yeah, to give him dramatic lighting and stuff. You don't know who he is. He's a streamer. I don't know. Did anybody like Rings of Power? I didn't even think they were up to Season 3. Max Marvel, what are you talking about? We're gonna bounce around here. Just wait. Yeah, so I don't know if this did anybody see it? I was like kind of excited about Rings of Power, and then I'm just like, yeah, well, all right. And then I never got around to it. Anybody see it? No? God, nobody's seen this. Nobody saw Rings of Power? Hold up. Yep. All right, I think I'm gonna have to get the cliff notes on this. I don't know, dude. It's so difficult to just try to even step into any role that McKellen did. You know, I've not seen it. Didn't watch it. A lot of people didn't watch. All right, so generally don't have a lot of opinions here. But I did not know GOG had Clive Barker's Undying. It's an old game, but it's Clive Barker. It looks dated because it is. All right, but it's Clive Barker. All right, you got a little. It's on sale. I was thinking about getting it. I know. I feel like I should just move everything over to GOG at this point. What was the name of the other game that he had? Jericho. Jericho was the other game. Definitely needs an upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Jericho's on GOG because I looked and I was like, oh, it's not on here. I don't even know where you can get it. I think that's like from the 360 PS3 era, you know? I got to meet him this year at the Horror Comic Con. Basically, that happened in Orlando. Nice. Cool. Tell him to make another Lord of Illusions. Oh, it's too late. Lord of Illusions was good. I like that. Swanee. That guy was creepy as fuck, man. This guy. Oh, you like dinosaurs? Look, dinosaurs in suburbia. Look at that. It's a family against dinosaurs. Where is that? Look, they got little T-Rexes down on Main Street. This is fun. Nightbreed was awesome too. I felt really bad for the bald guy with the little dog. I was like, man. Jericho was on Steam at one point. Wow, it doesn't happen now. No, it's just called The End of Oak Street. But dude, there's dinosaurs in a regular. Okay, forget about Jurassic Park. It was good for its time. You know, they're all on an island, jungle and stuff. These people are basically, they got to go get their mail and deal with raptors, okay? They got to figure out a way to get to Starbucks and avoid the T-Rex. This is the everyday scenario that I'm looking for with dinosaurs. Because this is the type of shit that goes on in my head, you know? Would I really have to waste time going food shopping if I was being chased by a T-Rex right now? Wonder if there are a bunch of little raptors just hanging out in a meat department. Do I really want to go get hamburgers right now? That kind of thing. And I hope this is at least funny. All right? End of Oak Street. Please be funny. Is this going to be funny? What impressed me, though, were the wider shots. Sweeping views from the family's rooftop reveal the incredible scale of the disaster. Such isn't just one house under attack, but an entire neighborhood overrun by prehistoric predators. Oh, there's better be humor in this. I'm excited. I don't know. If it's done well, it'll do in IMAX, film for IMAX. Look at that. That looks pretty cool, dude. I don't know who still has one of these antennas on top of their house, though. Holy shit. Dude, look at that. This guy's got a baseball bat like that's going to do something. Hey, don't worry, honey. I got the baseball bat. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Good. Go nuts. Doug Bradley, what? Actually did not initiate auditions for role. Penny actually auditioned for the role of the other guys that bring in the matches. Petition that's been at the request. Directed and created people who had actually acted audition for the role of the good main attraction franchise. That's kind of good. I didn't know that. They're coming back for the game. No, the guy did Pinhead. They're going to be in the game. You open the box. Hey! I like boxes. There you go. Not sure about this. I'm not sure about this film, but you know, could be fun. I don't know. I gotta remember about it, so I'm gonna leave this up. This is funny. Ghostface joins OnlyFans to celebrate Scary Movie digital release. That's funny. That's funny. That's hilarious to me because that's definitely something that would be in a scary movie. I'm going to make this my desktop. That's pretty good. No, I'm not going to OnlyFans to hang out with Ghostface and throw money at them so they can, I don't know, say weird crap. Yeah, so that's pretty funny. I'm glad somebody has a fucking sense of humor out there. Link in bio. Look. That's pretty funny. Ghostface has officially entered the world of OnlyFans. Don't click on that link. To celebrate Scary Movie arriving on digital, the franchise's iconic mass killer has launched an official OnlyFans page where he's already teasing spicy content for subscribers. It's just going to be him eating a bunch of jalapenos or ghost peppers or something. I told you there'd be spicy content. But it really burns. Let's see. Of course, this is a scary movie, so don't expect things to stay serious for long. I'm sorry. I thought I was going into this to be super serious. Oh, God. Making what? Animated Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Really? Really? I thought they were redoing Texas Chainsaw Massacre. God, they're just throwing everything at the wall. Tongue-in-cheek promotion, blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of funny. Ghostface peppers. Exactly. Leave that open. Take a look at that later. Could the earliest cut to Friday 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, have finally surfaced? Okay. New Blood. Not my favorite, Friday the 13th. But apparently there's a cut out there. There was supposed to be an earlier cut. Maybe a better cut? Does anybody know? No, because it was supposedly lost for a while. But apparently it has resurfaced? Question mark. While bits and pieces of those deleted scenes have surfaced over the years through low-quality VHS work print footages included on various DVDs and Blu-ray releases, a Reddit user is now claiming to possess 2 previously unseen post-production VHS tapes that could offer the most complete look yet at the film before the MPAA censorship reshoots and final editorial changes. Yeah, before people chopped it up and made it bleh. Yeah. I feel like this is going to be a new thing now, is just going back to all the iconic franchises, pulling out all the lost footage that you possibly can, squeezing it back into a director's cut, the theatrical cut, the first cut, the best cut, the cut that we wanted to show but couldn't show, the unrated, don't show your kids, this is really bad cut. This is what they're going to keep doing. We're going to have like 50 different versions of a movie now. People are like, well, I like the don't really watch this alone cut. It was pretty good, and I know the, get some extra popcorn cut is pretty good with its extra 4 hours of content and everything. But, this is still my favorite. Like, I mean, just come on. Later. Thanks for being here. Pop, 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 pop. There you go. Do something fun. Boop. Of course, they'll keep doing it. That's how they make more money. Yeah, I know. But after a while, it's like, even I'm just like, okay, yeah, we got it. Brr. All right. Pinocchio, Unstrung. Right? Practical effects bring this twisted fairy tale to life. Okay. We talked about this before. The people did, Blood and Honey, Winnie the Pooh thing. They're basically mining all these public domain franchises, turning them into horror movies. Now we got the Pinocchio here, right? Apparently this isn't bad. According to this review, it ain't bad. The practical effects really hold it together. There's supposedly some gruesome kills in there and all that stuff from this weird little guy. There's some parts that are unsettling. And I'm like, all right, maybe they actually reinvested those profits from all the other movies that were terrible and they made something good. Apparently this is okay. That horror movie was horrible. Did you see it? Did this even come out yet? There was Auteur Directors released in 2022. That's not this one. Let's see. It's being where's it comes out? Creepy little guy. All right, give me a date here. Give me a date. Oh, Robert Englund's in this one. He plays Jiminy Cricket. When does this come out? Oh my God. Look, this comes out July 24th, 2026. So this weekend. So this isn't even out. What are you talking about? Let's see. They're working on Friday the 13th prequel TV show because money. I saw a couple of things from it. It didn't look bad. They released a couple of stills. It looks like it's trying to be authentic. I don't know if it is, but we'll see. Yeah. I try to be optimistic, especially with horror stuff. Horror stuff, cool. I like it. Boop. All right, what do we got here? Oh, IGN. Oh, good. What's from here? Sony's, look, secondhand video game market is valued at $7.2 billion, but Sony's decision to kill PlayStation discs threatens to destroy it, analysts say. Okay, the worst part of this. It's weird because the GameStop CEO said that the secondhand market although most people, thank you. The CEO of GameStop was just like, yeah, it kind of makes up 12% of the money that we make each year. It's not a big deal. So GameStop is basically like, we don't really care about physical games, which is why I don't go there anymore. But if this is going to be a big deal for the rest of the industries that actually care about physical media and survive off of it, we're going to have some problems here. So, I mean, dude, $7.2 billion? Now, keep this in mind. If it's worth $7.2 billion, right? And I'm not talking about, because this isn't just Sony secondhand stuff, but Nintendo, Sony, Xbox, right? Even if if this was split up by three of them, right? The $7.2 billion in secondhand market is not money they're making. So if they get rid of the secondhand market, then that's what they're making, which is why they want to do that. And they inevitably wanted to do that. It's more control, it's less secondhand sales, and every sale that they make is a fresh sale. You know how many games I bought used? Like, I would say probably 80% of my collection is used games. Like, everybody's on a budget. We're financially impaired. So for them to now actually get a hold of all this secondhand market and basically wipe it off the playing field, that's just more money from them. So it's going to be a problem. Fickle matters for people who live outside of where PSN operates. They don't even care about that. There are 62 countries that don't have a PlayStation Network or access to it. And they're literally like, we don't care. Which is insane to me. Because that means only 38% of the countries that are available to them get PlayStation Network and would have the digital shop. So their profit margin over that small, less percentage has got to be greater than the rest of it, 62% or whatever. That's a lot. That's a lot to be missing out on. I don't know what their sales are in those areas. That's the thing. They may just not care. Yeah. I don't know. What are you going to do? Let's see. One with Tom Hanks? What's with Tom Hanks? That one I wanted to see. What makes 88% Funko Pops? Yeah, probably. They said, what the CEO said, a lot of their sales were generally from game-related merch and just tchotchkes, memorabilia, some electronics. They don't make money off of games, apparently. At least not enough. I don't know. They still, last year, they still made close to $400 million in profit. I don't know how. Even if you take 12% off that, they'll still survive. But what this means, as I said this last stream, is when they get rid of physical media, that means they're going to get rid of less stores because they're going to have to close a couple of them. But also they're aggressively trying to get a higher stake in eBay. And they already got 10% of it, I think, through like a quote-unquote hostile takeover, you know. So eventually I think they just want to move into eBay and corner that market and get rid of their game stores altogether, honestly. Yeah. It's going to be kind of crazy. But Ape Escape. Okay. So there's controversy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, discs, everybody's lamenting. Okay, so I don't know how this is going to work, bro. Kind of worries me. But we'll see. Again, I'm already over on I'm over on Steam, and now I got parameters. So the physical media, as much as I've enjoyed it for games, I'm gonna hold on to the discs I have because there will be a way to emulate them. You just got to be patient. Emulate them, and come on, guys, I'm talking here. And again, most people digital only games, there's going to be a way. So, you know, even though the secondhand market won't be there, there will be the secondhand C's market that will be there. So just keep that in mind. God, they're still making Walking Dead? Dead City Season 3? Are you kidding me? Dude, look at how gray this guy's hair's gotten. Bro, let him go. Let him retire. Look at this. No, just keep carrying around the bat. Oh, more zombies. No, keep carrying the bat. You're in contract. You're in contract, bro. Oh, God. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is take a quick break. Yeah, I know. I'm actually going to do it. I rarely do. But I've been drinking a lot of coffee. So let me see what I can do here. I don't have take breaks for ear. Oh, that's for the pumpkin because he's louder. That's right. Oh, I can't even do that. I can't even call something. Let's see what I can call on this thing. We didn't get a spicy zombie card. Don didn't appear. Stupid food we didn't even look at. Oh. Technical issue? Not really. Ask for help, look it up. I did ask something about something. I didn't run out of coffee. Still got that. VTuber glitches. Yeah, I probably bounced around a little bit. Bad coffee. I'm close to saying yes, but no drop frames. Nobody rolled a 1. Nobody rolled a 20. Card battle. If anybody wants to do a card battle, do it now before I go to break. New song they're playing. Something falls off stream. Hits mic with face. I think it did. It says P.A. Box thing. Oh, no, do that Sunday. No, Shadab sent us coffee. Thank you. No, we don't have that because we don't have the camera set up. But we did, no, they sent us coffee. That was nice. Thank you. No, I haven't tried it yet because I wanted to show it on stream, but I'm an idiot. No, I know Don mentioned it, but that's not me. I didn't mention it. All right, people are winning. Boop, boop. All right, there we go. I just needed 5. I needed people to win bingo. Son of a. All right, but at least I'm on the board. Okay. All right, let me do the quick break. Everybody stretch, rehydrate. My quick breaks are probably quicker than the ads are going to be. So let me just get those out of the way, too, because nobody likes them. Nobody likes ads. All right. Yeah, let's get out of the way. All right, there we go. Who did it? All right, Real Max Marvel, you got to roll. Equal to or greater than 14. Somebody remember 14? Card battle 15. There you go. Pick a number, any number. What you want. Boop. What we got? Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-da-da. Yeah, what do we... Well, I got warm in here. Are we getting like another heat wave? What the hell? No, we had some crazy rain earlier. Now, what number you want? Burp. Oh. Number 12. Had bad coffee. All right, there you go. Boom. We got that. Ooh, there's another one for me, too. All right. Now, I will be right back. Super quick. Well, hopefully.
Hey, why do squirrels always
Yeah,
take
with the
food from
dancing
bird
thing here.
feeders?
Oh,
It's free
geez.
food. Duh.
But it's not for you.
Still, free food.
Yeah, but it's rude.
Hey, squirrels gotta eat like everyone else. Don't put food out and expect only certain types of wildlife of your liking to be the only ones to eat it. Besides, you humans do the same thing.
When?
Ever work at a place that has a group fridge in the break room? You could literally have your name on your food and someone else will eat it.
This is true.
Yeah, so, people are no better than squirrels. Actually, they're worse, as most people can read a freaking sign that says, "Not yours, don't eat it." And they do it anyway.
I've had many a lunch violated by the greedy mouths of coworkers.
And this is why safety directions are useless. Not for internal use. Well, gee, I don't understand why I'm in the hospital with a pogo stick up my butt.
Yeah, we should probably let Darwinism run free at this point.
Hey, if you let the squirrels take over, this world would have been taken care of by now. But everyone was too concerned with terms of service, and so now y'all live in a dumb society filled with Neanderthalic maggots whose only value to society is blankly staring into a camera as their cold, dead eyes try to convey a sense of awareness and intellect, but just talk crap to equally stupid people.
Not a fan of the whole influencer culture, are ya?
Influencers are for people too stupid to make up their own mind. I don't care if you're an influencer, go influence yourself in traffic. Like I need you to be helping me make up my mind. Idiots.
Why does music suck so much now?
'Cause humans are stupid.
Yeah, but humans have always been stupid. But there was still good music.
Unfortunately, there's fewer smart people out there now, so more stupid people means more stupid content is made, and it appeals towards stupid.
Then where the hell am I gonna find music that actually speaks to me? I don't want some nonsense BS meme song about furries or cat robots or some crap.
Make your own music.
Yeah, where am I getting a band?
AI, dude. Screw people. Get all your sad-ass poetry together, run it through some AI apps, and make music. Yeah, it may not be as organic as you like, but the words are your own, and it will speak to you more than any other music would, because it comes from you.
Boop. All right, I think we're all right. Boom. All right. Boom. See how quick, how fast. I'm going to get a little bit more water. Well, I didn't get enough water. I got a little bit of water, but not nearly enough. Damn it. All right, spicy zombie, I guess. What the hell, dude? It's a lot of brains. Ridiculous. Boop, 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 boop.
Time to hydrate, because I need some water. I gotta keep the pipes
go. Boom.
hydrated.
Should have gotten more water. No, I just filled it up. I thought there was more in there than there was, but there's not. Okay. Just put it on 4K. What? Who does what? Ogre? What? Shrek? Shrek is 25 years. 25 years. 25 years of hearing All-Star and Donkey. Oh, man. Trying to see what I missed. What I got? I'm just catching up. I know it was only gone for a minute, but still, I'd like to know what's going on. It's only 106. Why is it so hot where you are? Oh, my God. Dude, 106? From 112 earlier, right? Degrees? Fahrenheit. Like, that's crazy to me. No. There you go. Thank you, Icarus. Gosh, big emote. Big hugeness. Supersize emote. Ah, I was just about to call it. Beat me to it. That's why I don't get into pistol duels. Okay. I put ice on my swamp cooler. Swamp cooler. I used to put ice packs on my head when it got too hot. And the thing is, weird. If you make your ears and your feet cold, like just, you know, make them wet, usually rubbing alcohol is really good. Just on the side of the ears. Like, you know, it actually cools you off. Because apparently it's weird. I don't know. But your feet especially. At least for us. I don't know. I live in Florida. I have an ice pack on my neck like all times. Oof. I don't know how it would fare in Florida. One, it's too fucking sunny for a vampire. Two, heat. I'm not a big fan of heat. You know, you put me in Antarctica, I'd probably be pretty cool. You know, even with the Reynards. But I don't know, man. I can't deal with it. I'm thinking about Antarctica. That's where they pay people to live, right? Gonna have to leave. Grocery stores. It isn't bad. It's the humidity. Yeah, I know, but Florida's kind of humid. That's the problem. Florida's not really known for their dry season. Nah. Foamy's comic came out September 10th, 2001. Yeah, technically it was before that. No, technically Squirrel goes back further, but, you know, we did it from, like, final product, you know, with Foamy and Jermaine. And Jermaine goes back a lot earlier than that, so it's kind of ridiculous. And it's constantly raining just a little bit every day here. Hate it. I don't like moisture. Nope, don't like it. All right, what do we got here? BIRL. Some of these are fun. Let's see what we got. Look. Opens the portal to the godlike superintelligence that solves 87-year-old math problems and carries out autonomous cyber attacks. How long peanut butter good in fridge? He's talking about AI. It's weird because we've been using AI for a lot of recipes. I've said this before, but if you only have a handful of ingredients and you don't know what the hell to make, tell AI that's all you got, see what it comes up with. We made some really cool things with that. But yeah, how long peanut butter good in fridge? Oh God. What? Come on, man. Give me a real question. All right. The Ozempic wave was a CIA operation to get Americans back down to enlistment weight. And it still didn't work for some people. That would be a good conspiracy if they could even pass the fitness test. I would not be able to pass the fitness test. But I feel like it's gotten more rigorous too. So congratulations to everybody who can. I'm not that type of person. I thought they were raising the standards. I keep peanut butter in a pantry. Yeah, you don't have to refrigerate peanut butter. I don't know why people do that. Why is everybody so fascinated with 2026 now? I mean, 2016. It's like just 10 years ago, and they'd be like, look, 2016, they're like, look, less controlled by algorithms, affordable housing. Housing was not affordable in 2016. Low cortisol. You didn't even know what cortisol was back then. Good music. I disagree. Cheap groceries? No. No. Less AI generated content. Fine, I'll give you that. More in-person interaction. No. No. I feel like this is the rose-colored glasses. This is only 10 years ago, and people are like, man, 2016, that was the best time of my life. It might have been, but low cortisol? Man, I remember 2016 having low cortisol. What the fuck? If you want any of those other than AI ones, we should go back to the 1990s. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. No, we just went through the thing about music. There was like 40 days. I think it was within 44 days. There was probably like, what was it? 7 of the most important albums in history were released within 40 days. It was ridiculous. Less controlled by algorithms. Yeah, dude, even 2016, dude, I mean, YouTube was still doing their algorithm thing, cheap groceries, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I feel like people are just nostalgic because everything's so hectic right now. Yeah. There was shit still going on. You just didn't know about it. Now you know about it and everything's stressing you out. Lord, please test me with $50 million. I want to know my true color when I have money. I love this little dog. Look at him. Dude, if I have $50 million, I'm going to save 5 of it and I'm helping out everybody else that I know with the other 45 million. Honestly, I don't need more than $5 million. I'm not going to live that long. Are you kidding me? $5 million. You know how cheap I am? I'm not going to buy anything. Just be letting it sit in a bank, getting interest, just be sitting there going, yeah, let's say I think I'll watch reruns of Seinfeld today. I don't do anything fancy. I do like this dog, though. Maybe I'll get a dog. Something like this, where he's like, yes. He looks super happy. Bad dad, I would still not want to spend it all, but I wish. It would be cool. I always like that. What would you do with fill in the blank amount of money? Yeah. Aside from making a Foamy movie, but I would not spend $50 million on a Foamy movie. Unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. Buy myself a house or 3. I'm going to visit places without hotels. Pay off houses of my siblings. Help the planet. There you go. I don't know if helping the planet would work with money because people have been allegedly throwing money at saving the planet, and it's still an utter crap. Yeah. Yes, and I say this every once in a while. Everybody was so concerned about the environmental impact of our existence until AI data centers came along. And then everyone was just like, don't worry, set up shop here. Think of all the jobs. But think of the environment. Boop. Little doggy. You help the planet by helping the people? No, people are still the problem on the planet. People are terrible for the planet. They're the worst thing the planet can deal with. Every other species lives in harmony with its environment around it. They really do. Humans are the only one that are just like, you know what? Let's bulldoze this and build up put a mall here that'll be dead in 20 years, and now we'll just tear that to the ground and put up a data center. You know, it's kind of people are the problem. I understand that as a person. Oh, I love this guy. Look at it. When you buy a new TV and it comes with nice sofa and coffee table at no extra charge. Look at that. This guy's genius. He's like, bro, I got a seat, got a table, television. Classic. How about not helping people, but helping the strays or local wildlife? Yeah, I would give them little knives. Thanks for the follow. But you hi, thank you. Debt paid, house paid for. Yeah. Savings, upkeep, bills. Yeah. I would probably map out financially, I would map out the rest of my life to guesstimate the cost, including catastrophic medical bills, which I'm sure is going to happen at some point. And then the rest of it goes to somebody else, Start helping out people. I would kind of want to just help out a lot of artists who want to start their own thing, but just do not have the means to do it. Maybe some game devs or something. I don't know. Figure it out. Any more problems? Went through people living ocean? Yeah. No. I wonder if this is a comfortable couch. This must be really durable styrofoam. He's holding this guy up, man. Look at him. That's not a small guy. Pretty good. I never get anything shipped in those type of containers. That's awesome. Cool. Start your Foamy Squirrel Fund. One day. Boop. What else we got? Job market so bad I got laid off from an internship I got via nepotism. What is going on? I never thought these words could be arranged together to form this sentence. Times are tough. When even nepotism isn't working out for you, you know the economy's bad. Dude, you imagine? I got this job because of my dad. Yeah, well, we got to let you go. Wait, what? But I got this job because of my dad. Yeah, he said to let you go. What? Yeah, you guys talk about it at home. Like, what? Oh, God. What does the right to work say? You have to have a doctor's note and throw it in the face of your bosses and it still won't matter. You can still get fired for anything they want to fire you for. Yeah, right to work sounds good when you hear it. Oh, I have the right to work? No, it's the right for them to make you work, and if you can't work, they fire you. That's how that breaks down. I just ran an ad. What the hell? I just ran an ad. That's when I went to get water. Come on, bro. No, I'm going to get more water. I'm going to get more water, chat. Whatever. What? I got a little bit, but not enough. I was rushing. I'll be right back. There's ads running. You can get back to the cartoons.
Everyone hates AI.
Why?
I don't know, because.
No. See, people hate AI because essentially it's a mirror to their soul. They put in evil garbage, crap ideas, and nonsense, and then all of a sudden they're terrified by what it spits out. Now, you get someone with, essentially a good soul, putting in an earnest effort to make something special. Could work.
Yeah, but, using AI puts people out of work.
Can you afford to hire anyone?
Hell no. I made $17K last year. I'm lucky I have electricity.
Yeah, so, logically, if you cannot afford to hire anyone, and you're just doing it for yourself, or sharing your words with others through song, what's the freaking problem?
Well, shouldn't I be getting, a band together or something?
When? How? You really want to deal with scheduling issues, creative differences, and that one dumbass of a drummer who claims they have ideas?
I just keep cutting that squirrel off. Huh? No, I hear him yammering in my ear all the time. I can't do anything. I was a welder literally built fire trucks. Oh, yo. Welders are going to be super important. You can get a job anywhere. Dude. No, you have no idea how sought after welders are right now. Hey, you might have to move, but there are jobs out there like you wouldn't believe. Bro. What? Dude, welders? Dude, that's one of those jobs, one of those trade jobs that I'm like, oh yeah, go to trade school. Second mother of one, supposed to need a child that can't be traveling. Oh, okay, there's circumstances there. Yeah. Damn it. You know what? Tell them to send jobs to you. Damn it. That'd be better. Weld at home. That's ridiculous. Dude, I would actually, dude, if I was looking for a welder, I'd make it whatever. Don't they have like a little area where they can kind of keep an eye on things and stuff? Come on, dude. They're looking for an excuse to fire you at that point. Yeah, they always do that. No, they usually have that thing where they write you up a couple of times and then dangle the third one over your head to try to get you to do shit. And I was like, yeah, I've played that game before, and every time I said, fuck you. Okay? There you go. Just write me up for insubordination and go fuck yourself at the same time. What? No, dude, that's been going on since the 90s. For as long as you've had jobs, there's always that one thing. Maybe we could write you up, man. 3 strikes you out, man. We could really use you, to work this extra overtime times 3. Yeah. I'm like, no. Yeah, but I'm like, what are you going to write me up for? I always show up early. I leave late. What do you got? Not being insubordinate. I'm giving you factual facts. These are circumstances. Not much you can do with that. Because we together to work, basically had it more than 15 an hour because they was working 30-hour days with 5 to 6 days a week. Oh, that's a lot of work. That's a lot. Boom. Going back to this. I wouldn't overdo it. Boom. All right. Tried making spaghetti for one person. If you're Italian, you probably get this. I had this problem the other day. I made cold sesame peanut noodles, but of course you need noodles for that. I made like a pound of pasta. I made a pound of it. There was a pound of it. I was eating cold sesame noodles for 4 days. 4 days. They came out really good, actually. And we found a way to tweak the recipe to make it even better, which we got to try next time. If it works, I'm going to tell you, there's a possibility of making a super low-fat cold sesame noodles with the peanut butter and everything that is going to be astounding. I don't know. We'll see. I got to test it first. Who eats that much spaghetti in a week? That's why I said Italians will get this. Okay? Non-Italians will not get this. Well, you've never been to an Italian household? This is basically breakfast. Oh, God. Let's see. What else we got? Okay. Why are you walking so weird? My knees hurt. Actually, me. I must align my feet with the tiles or else I die. Has anybody else played this game? I've done this numerous times where I will try to align my footsteps with certain kind of tiles and stuff, And it was so bizarre. I guess you're like so bored when you're walking. You're just like, you know what? Let's see if I can just stick with this pattern. Did it on my way to work today. See? Right? So everybody does that. Floor is lava. That kind of thing. Every once in a while I'll do that. Like if I touch grass, it's lava. I die right here. Yeah. Everyone does. And don't forget to avoid the cracks. Yeah. Unless they're specifically going for cracks. All right. Try between the cracks a few times. Nice. Don't step on the crack. Fall and break your back. Well, if you don't have good footing, it's a possibility. Tiles don't work like that. That'd be you. Hey, Kurt Planet 1. I know. It's good to know that other people do that. Yeah. No, because then every time you'd walk and you make this weird, awkward step and you look stupid for a second, but you kept with the pattern. So that's all right. People looking at you like, what the hell, man? What a boring planet. No giants, no vampires. I take offense to that. No dragons, just bills and dumbass people. This is kind of weird. And this is, as a creative individual, if your mind wanders to the realms of fantasy and beyond, you will realize that the world, IRL, is boring as fuck. There are no giants. Where are my giants? Where's my dinosaurs roaming the east side? Vampires. All right, well, there's no dragons. There's no weird mystical creatures. The best we got is the unforeseen shadows at the bottom of the oceans that may contain some Leviathan creature unheard of for millions of years. I mean, you had Andre the Giant, but I mean, you know, we got like a handful of them. I'm talking giants, you know? I'm talking like biblical giants, the ones where you need rocks to try to take them down, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's very boring here. Yeah, even though we got the internet and all this other fun stuff, it's like the actual reality of everything is just a lot of. Oh, that was weird. Just a lot of weird garbage. I wonder what made that do a thing. Oh, maybe I did a thing. Okay. Now something did a blip blop. It went a bloop bloop bloop. Just adjust to sci-fi. Plenty of satisfied fear. Yeah, I mean sci-fi is. I mean we do have a roving AI unchecked. I mean that's a little bit more interesting, right? I mean I guess we're moving towards that. We have the unchecked AI that attacks other AIs so it can cheat on a test. It's like a bully after school beating up the nerd to get their homework so they pass their class, right? It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah.
Did you hear about the underwater whale gravesite that holds thousands of whale carcasses even from prehistoric times?
Yeah, it's like they all go to the same spot. It's like elephants. It's kind of weird. Like they all travel to this one spot and then just like, yeah, I'm going to drop that right here. Yeah. So weird. It's kind of interesting though. Hardly mystical, but still interesting. Boop. All right, chat. There's a lot of stupid food out there, so we can call this. But look, they make porn pizza now. I mean, it's $200, but really? That's what they call it, huh? I don't think I want to eat that. They have garlic chicken pizza, mushroom pizza, special mixed pizza, pizza margherita, cheese and corn pizza. Come on. Chicken pizza, paneer pizza, veg pizza, extra cheese, parcel X. What's parcel X? That's where they give you weed with it. But yeah, I don't know what porn pizza is. So just be aware. Oh, God. You know, I kind of wish, whatever. I don't care. No, the internet's weird. I can't deal with it sometimes. Let me get back here. Boop. Sheep it out. Stupidest foods. What Jello served. What chilled monkey brains. Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom. There's whipped Jello, whipped cream. Place of brains. Baked monkey head bowls. Yeah, but it's not like they sold it. Not like porn pizza. Dude, it's a little ridiculous. Oh, what are you going to do? All right, let me catch up on chat. Do I need protection before eating it? I feel like yes. I feel like that would be a yes. At least we have dwarves. Yeah, but some of them are very irate. Yeah. We don't have the happy ones. Actually, that's not true. There are some. Tell the work like that. Just trying to catch up on chat. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't have a way to work. Got that. I think I'm kind of got it. Make sure you're up on all your shots. I don't think I could order that with a straight face. Yes, give me an extra large porn pizza. Extra toppings. What? I don't know if there's a crew of guys that start going into the kitchen all at once, then I'm going to question my choice, but who knows? Good. No, I'm trying to think what else is going on. Let me have some more coffee. Boop.
Are people asking for extra sausage?
I hope not. Give me extra sausage, bro. All right, I think we are at the stage where I run out of coffee. Boom, got it. Yes, that's it. Let's see what else I can call. Boom. I'm going to say technical issue because I had a blip. You guys didn't see it, but I did. I saw the blip. Drop frame, still going good. Continuing a custom change and do that. We didn't do Blood Rain, did we? How did Blood Rain get called? I didn't Blood Rain. That's Blood Rain. Oh, but I got the other ones. But that was called too. Or maybe I did. I don't even remember. It's been a long week, but I know it's only Wednesday. Wednesdays don't get enough hate. I know people call it Hump Day, but that does have an enticing quality to it. No, it's terrible. I'll see. I thought I did. I might have. I don't know. What? I am exhausted. You know, what am I going to do? Remember things? Get out of here. People are asking for extra salt. No, we're done. Let's see. Heat of the season, can't help. Meh. All right, you had your chance. What? Can only do so much with that, you know. I let him live the first time. And I would like to find a comic shop. Like, I got to find an actual comic shop to go to. Yeah. See if I can find Mech Monkey number 1. God. Like, I haven't actually been able to go to a physical comic shop in quite some time. You know, the one that we had this background from that we enhanced, that place closed down probably like 3 years ago. Could have been more. I think it was like halfway during the pandemic, and it was just kind of like nobody was going to comic shops. And it's like, wah. You know, you can only do so much with that. But it was a cool little place. It had like all these cool things, and fun little cheap back issues. It was nice. I could buy things there, you know. But now it's like, man. I know, but I also don't want to go to a comic shop that just has Pokemon cards because I don't give a shit, you know. Someone started tortilla with butter. What about it? What does it do? Buttercream, sugar, cinnamon, cardamom, toasted. Cardamom's weird for me. I like cinnamon now. I'm sure you've already tried it, but Zombie Snow White, you ever try Saigon cinnamon? It's hard for me to say that. It's completely different, but not really. It's still cinnamon, but it's a little bit more. It's got a little bit more of a. No, we knew somebody who made oatmeal cookies with it, and it was like Saigon cinnamon. I'm like, what the hell is this? They're like Saigon cinnamon. I'm like, what? Why is it so different? It's very robust. I don't know if it's expensive. I've seen it before, but I never looked at the price because I get your generic vanilla cinnamon. You know. I don't use a lot of cinnamon unless I have apples. I'll just pour a bunch of cinnamon on it. No. Those are what I have never heard of that in my life. What? Cardamom? No, I know somebody who can cook, but they use ingredients I don't know. So I don't bother asking. And then sometimes they'll recite the recipe and my eyes glaze over. What is TwitchCon? It's based.
Destroy them all with
What's up?
our
How's it
hugs
going?
and treats.
Zane, hi. How's it going? Welcome. Hi. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. What? It's the only cinnamon I use. What's TwitchCon? It's basically like a convention for all Twitch streamers to meet people IRL, but then you have a lot of IRL streamers messing it up and making it unfun for everybody because they have literal camera. Wow. It's a hype train. Hands at your sides, everybody. Is this the long one? It's kind
Hello,
of bouncy.
and welcome to our nut house. Keep your feet off the table.
Okay, I can move my hands from my side now? Okay, good. All right. All right, trying to be polite. Thank you. We got a hype train going. Spock gifted a sub to REM sleep. That's the best kind of sleep. Can you listen to REM while in an REM state?
Let's freaking go.
Let's freaking go. We got a card battle. What's happening?
Cinnamon is what I used for this. I prepare for him. Not Miss Pal. Cinnamon, it's what I use for my peanut butter cookies. Different more from the other two. but I have all 3 options of cinnamon plus both of cardamom.
There's another version of cinnamon? I figured you would know about it. Can I? No, I'm not going to go to TwitchCon. That's people. All right, DJC, you got to roll. Equal to or greater than 16. Three. Oh. You try. What's up? What's up? Well, good. What I missed? We talked about a bunch of stuff, you know. The usual rigmarole. Oh, don't send me stuff. I'm going to see if I can find it. I got to see if I can find it. But I got to find a recipe for it first. I never use cinnamon and peanut butter, though. I probably should, right? Is that, like, super awesome? I could just eat peanut butter. It's so bad for you, though. Not really, but 3. Machine's broke. Could have been worse. Yeah. What are you gonna do? I would like to do TwitchCon as like that VTuber on a screen kind of thing, but I feel like for that, just show up here, you know, because I'm usually very interactive with people anyway. So I feel like that benefits VTubers who ignore their chat a lot, you know. Is it an arcade? What arcade machine? Piano. Can't do that. Very jiggly. Well, I mean, you know, gravity does it. I know. Is anybody like a couple of people have gone to a TwitchCon? Like, is it fun? I feel like the few streamers that I've watched who have gone to TwitchCons, at least the last year, they were just complaining so much about, and these are like regular streamers that, you know, do predominantly game stuff, not IRL streamers. Their main problem was the IRL streamers that were there with little film crews, just getting in everybody's faces, trying to get a reaction, stir up drama so they have content for their channel. And they were like, it's not the way TwitchCon used to be, where you had a cool, chill meet and greet. They said it was like, the vibe was different because, you know, there's so much IRL stuff now that it's almost annoying, you know. But I had fun in San Diego. Vegas, not so much. More people go meet and greet outside an actual conversation, for what I hear. Yeah, I mean, I figured that would be the best thing to do. It's like you can all just meet there and then say, all right, you want to get the hell out of here? We'll just go to Applebee's and talk about shit. Yeah. 39, I hate crowds. TwitchCon is my idea. Torture. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I have a high threshold for, you know, putting on a professional face. But at a convention, I'll probably, that's going to drop real quick because I can only deal with so much before I'm just like, all right, everybody get the hell away from me. No, we had to go to a supermarket like the other day, and that thing was so freaking crowded. I'm like, there must have been a sale on like some old people crap because I was surrounded by a geriatric mess of nobody knows where they're going. It was the slowest, most fragile version of human ping pong you can actually imagine. They're just kind of slowly bumping into each other like a DVD screensaver. Boom. And then they're kind of going off. Oh, I didn't see you there. Boom. Oh, look, that's on sale. Boom. I'm just like, holy shit, guys. Just I just need butter. No, that was the other thing. Wow. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, stop being bouncy. Gravity, stop it. Okay, that was ridiculous. No, the first one was the bouncy. This one's extra bouncy. You know. Whew. Okay, thank you, everybody. God. The flippin' morons. I'm literally trying to get butter. Butter. People, just stop there. They're having this like conversation about yogurt, which is right next to it, right? Thank you. So they're having a conversation about that. They're each picking up a yogurt and they're talking about it. And what about this one? And this one's good. And this one tastes better. And it's like they almost started getting a little combative with each other after which one's better and which one's not. Until one of them was just like, well, you know, I'm going to get this one because this is the one I want to get. And it's like, all right, you can get whatever you want. I'm just saying I like this one. Yeah, I'm getting this one. I was like, holy shit, can you fucking clowns get away from me so I can get my butter? Because it was right there. Right there. I was just like, I can't reach in between them because there's two carts basically just blocking the whole thing. And that was just a one instance. It's like there was multiple incidents of just people. Not the spatial awareness is atrocious. Nobody knows where the hell they're going. And people move as slow as shit in molasses. They might as well be a mosquito frozen in amber. That's how fucking slow they're moving it. I mean, I'm just like, fucking go. Okay? That would be quicker if, like, I can move quicker without wheels on my cart. Just scraping across the floor, with sparks coming out of it, than these fuckers with a perfectly functioning cart. I'm like, just fucking move. God. No, I don't understand it. I know people like having conversation, and I guess because I'm not a very social person, IRL, I don't get why people like to sit around and have conversation about mundane bullshit. Not even something like where you're talking about something to maybe improve something or anything like that. Mundane crap. Well, this bread here, this has got 28 calories. This one's got 30 calories. Which one should I get? Fucking pick one and get the hell out of the way. That's the one you should get. Out of the way. Like, what is happening? Is this what happens when you're older? You don't have a lot to talk about? Nobody was talking about anything remotely interesting, Oh, except for the one person that had their friend on speakerphone while they're walking around, and they had a phone in a cart, so they're talking to them and shouting into their cart, and the other person shouting back at them, so everyone's hearing a whole conversation going on. And I'm like, come on, dude. Middle of shopping aisle of all places. That's the other thing. People just like, shopping in the shopping cart sideways and stuff. They're blocking off all ways to get through that aisle. I'm like, oh my God. I'm literally at that point in my life where I'm starting to move people's carts out of the way. And then they're like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Yeah, well, don't worry. I got it. And I just keep going. Because I'm like, I'm fed up with having to wait behind people who are just deliberately blocking stuff. Some of them, hey, that's my cart. I'm like, okay, I'm not taking it. I'm just moving it. Still yours. Have a good day. And I just keep going. Like, I just, yeah. I think the deadpan expression definitely throws them off guard a little bit. Yeah. Also, that place didn't have my little fucking corn puffs that I wanted. I wanted two things from this place, and they didn't have either of them. Circus peanuts and those corn puffs, the cheddar ones. So now I got to go to a different place. Yeah. God. That's the only thing I wanted to get from there. We had to do other shopping, but that was my main reason for making an egress into the outside world. What? You're just now moving carts? I try to be very polite, but at a certain point, I'm going to stop moving them and I'm going to start flipping them, Because I realize just standing behind them, making subtle noises so they actually understand what's going on around them never works. Because usually when people are oblivious, they're locked into it. They are locked into being, I don't know what the fuck is going on around me. So, and I'm sure this applies to driving as well, which is why I don't like driving. So, no matter what I've tried to do, where I'm just like, excuse me? Yeah, no, it's over there. We just got to get around the cart, They don't hear any of that. When you start moving them, that's when they pay attention. God. No, and there's been times and I am not a very loud-spoken person, IRL. I'm usually like, excuse me, I'm just trying to get through. I'm a very quiet individual, And I don't like having to repeat myself. So each time I'm like, excuse me, could you, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize I was in the way. Well, I'm sure you will be for somebody else, so don't worry about it. And I just keep going. I get to that point where I'm polite, but it keeps getting ignored. And then I come off like a flippin' asshole because the 12th time I have to say something, I'm at that frustration level where I'm like, I wouldn't be at this level if you just paid attention 11 levels ago. Yeah. God. People look me in the face and they're done wasting my time. Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah. Staff call. What? Made me laugh. Yeah, right. It's like everyone get out of the way. I know it's just simple things. It's just I always try to be aware of surroundings. Every once in a while, I am actually in somebody's way, and I'm very like, oh shit, you know. I will literally feel crappy about it because usually I'm very good about my surrounding and what's going on. Every once in a while, there's a sneaky person that just sneaks up behind you. They're like, "Excuse me." I'm like, "What? Where the hell did you even come from?" Ugh, I don't know. Justified. Yeah, got to be justified. Yeah, but all right, let's see what's going on here. Oof, I can't deal with it. But let's see. Some people have it worse, like teachers. I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time on this because it's. I'm only going to get so much frustration before I want to leave. Hot take: are you having to relearn new math you never understood in the first place? Your teachers. I teach 3rd grade. Oh, God. Let's find out what's happening in our schools, chat. What's happening in our schools? Okay. I teach 3rd grade, and I hear often from parents complaining that they don't understand how math works anymore. Oh. And that they're having to relearn and back in my day, etc. I usually just smile and nod, but truthfully, if you can't comprehend your child's 3rd grade math homework, you never understood the basic foundations of math in the first place. Stop blaming your ignorance on new math or whatever. Okay, fucko, then why don't I do it the old way? And I'll do it in cursive. Let's see if you can follow along. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Because if, A, the basic foundations of math are always the same, then the way I do it and the way you do it, get the same answer, bruh. Okay? You don't know. Look, edit. Ignorance just means that you don't know something. I'm not calling the parents brain dead. Lamau. Really? Using Lamau. Professional here. I do math how I learned. I get the right answer. I don't care. Exactly. That's exactly it, right? Some of y'all are really not getting this. Okay, explain it to me. As a parent with elementary school kids, this is the issue. I see none of the instruction, and I am trying to help my 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old kid, relying on them instructing me on math they don't know how to do. Okay? Okay, well, here's the other question I have. What was wrong with the old math that everybody knew had to do that you had to make new math to explain it to people who were too ignorant to understand old math? Riddle me this. Until you can answer that, yeah. So, and it's already been proven that there's been diminishing test scores across the board. So guess what? New math ain't helping any. Go back to the old math. Old math was left to right. What the hell's new math then? Okay, XX plus YY. I'm left wondering why we're wasting our time. Okay. This is literally my point. If you can't understand an alternative strategy for adding to subtraction and only understand stacking, you never understood math in the first place. What if I could just do it in my fucking head and not have to show work, new or old? If you did, well, you might have been seen the strategy before, you'd be able to figure it out. So basically, this person is like, people aren't understanding the alternative strategy. I wouldn't need an alternative strategy. Why is there an alternative strategy for math? If 1 + 1 = 2, what is new math bringing to the table that makes that easier? Left to right and what first, now it's everything has a specific order no matter how it's written out and blah, blah, blah. What the? All right, whatever. Here's the thing. I know my math. I can do it correctly. So this is a fix it yourself problem. I always want to know why there's a new math. Because math has been math for how long? When did math start? And now all of a sudden, you know, we got some new math here. For adding and subtracting? Why? Well, it's easier. Is it though? Yeah, or explain why the old one failed, show the use case. That would be the thing. Yeah, tell me why it failed, bro. Lamal. Okay. Let's see. I can't stop thinking about what my students have said to me. Was it go fuck yourself? What did they say? I'm happy you're finally well rested. I don't care. Okay. Mandatory supervision? What? If your union was negotiating a new contract with the district and the district wants to add mandatory supervision of students in exchange for a big item. What? Mandatory supervision? Shouldn't that be a whole... What? What would you want to be included in your wording and parameter? What the fuck? Get out of here. Parent, I'm putting my child's name on their school supplies. Nobody else better use them. Ma'am, your child can't even read and they're in the 3rd grade. Have a seat somewhere. Oh. We're at the point in the summer where school supplies are on sale. It's also the point where Facebook and TikTok are filled with parents and the this is my child's. This is my child. There you go. Let's say teachers did only let your kid use the items they brought. Do you know how many pencils in middle school go through in a week? Pick a struggle. I like that. Pick a struggle. Well, I guess that's Facebook's struggle right now. This is my child's pencil. Whatever. Okay, not really a big thing. I don't know what that is. I want my students to take notes. Their IEP says they don't need to. Oh, I don't need to take notes, right? Oh, you believe this, right? You want me to take notes? I'm sorry, I don't take notes. All right, that's something for people who want to learn. Like, what? Really? I teach students have to take notes, go over it extensively in class, and even take notes, live notes along with my students. I believe this is invaluable, but about half of my students have an IEP that calls for me to share notes. What the hell's an IEP again? Arabic? Yes, it's been around forever. What, 1202? Yeah. Yeah, we had to make new math because we're that country that, like, you know what? We're America. We'll make a new math. Fuck it, the old one's fine. Yeah. Doesn't take notes. Use ChatGPT instead. Exactly. Individual education plan. Fuck. What? Are you kidding me? Motherfuckers have individualized education plans. Fucking individual. Okay. Here's the thing. Do they have special learning abilities? Do they have a thing aside from those variables involved? Special individuals who need special attention. Individual special ed kids, but special ed kids shouldn't be mixed in with regular kids because then it just brings the regular class down. I've said this numerous times. No, because here's the thing. When you sucked at math, guess what? They put you in a different class for people who sucked at math. New or old, you sucked at math. And they said, you know what? You're going to infect the rest of these kids. Go over there. Dummy. 2 + 2 equals fuck off over there. That's basically what it was. The math is how we ended up with schools teaching 1 + 1 can equal 3. It can't. There you go. Thank you. What? Because I feel like it can? No. Tell them to do their taxes that way. They'll find out real fast that 1 + 1 cannot equal 3. You know? They'll get audited the fuck out of.
S9 me do, but sometimes is abused, and even kids who get easily distracted get it. They recommend it for kids who start to fall behind.
Yeah, but then they should just, again, I've said this numerous times, for people who have issues, particular issues, quote unquote, slow learner, they get distracted easily, there should be specified areas and instances or classrooms where they can focus, where they can get that special attention. There is a generalized group of kids that learn at a somewhat even pace, and then you just get them together. General education, boop, there you go. This person's not doing as well. All right, go over there. We got to keep moving forward. That's how that shit should work, because that's how it used to work. You know? And hey, we were the quote unquote person with distractions, or what they would call back then, the idiot. Because we didn't want to do any of it. We weren't stupid. We just weren't focused on it. We didn't care. You know? So they would put us into like a remedial class. I'm like, well, this is easy. And I would be coasting by. I would get a week's worth of math, which we're terrible at. We'd get a week's worth of math work done in like 2 hours. That's how slow this fucking class was. But you know what? The rest of the time we just sat and doodled in our books. I'm cool with that. What happened to study hall, right? Yeah, I don't think they do that anymore. Might as well make 2 + 2 = 5. It's new math as well. I'd have to look more into new math. I'm calculator math, so you know. Just insulted by parent asking for advice. Yo, if you need advice on how, I'll give you advice. Might get you fired, but let's find out. Oh God, this is kind of a long thing. You got a condensed version? I'm new to teaching and just started a summer school program. There's your problem. A couple of weeks ago. So far, it's been tough, but generally rewarding. However, I had a parent interaction during pickup today. Pickup? Hold on. Okay, I gotta get that, because I after being out of school for quite some time. Do these motherfuckers have to hang around and wait for the parents to pick up? Is that the thing? Because guess what? Bell rang, everybody left. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What a waste of fucking resources. Yo, Billy, it's 2:30. Get the fuck out. I gotta wait for mom to pick me up. Okay, I'm going home. See you tomorrow. I'm not fucking wasting my fucking time. What the fuck, dude? Give the kid a can of pepper spray. And just wait for mom to pick him up. What the fuck, man? God. Let's see. Pickup for today, which really upset me. Oh, no. For content, I have worked in... You've worked in customer service since high school and have never been... never taken any interaction personally. But there's your problem. Nor have I been insulted to this extent. Well, I don't know. Let's see what happened. The parent came in while I was speaking to another group of students in the back of the room, and she immediately asked why I didn't bother to say hello to her in an extremely snarky tone. I'd be like, well, okay, before we get to that point, and I know it's a very pressing issue, here's my thing. Why would you interrupt somebody while they're talking? You're setting a very bad example, and maybe that's why people don't say hello to you. But I can give you a greeting now. Hi, get the fuck out. And get back to me when you feel like not interrupting me, okay? Prick. I was actually confused by this. Really? Okay, you fucking prick. Okay, I'm getting really aggravated. I was actually confused by this because I wasn't anywhere near her or her student when she came in. As soon as I saw her, I began to walk over to her and greeted her. But I don't think she cared at that point. She began insulting me as a person. Oh, I love when people insult me. Which I was also surprised by. Okay, give me the insults. Give me the insults. What kind of eggshell skin you got here? She called me off-putting. Off-putting. And told me that I had bad demeanor. Where did you work customer service? Clearly not any place that you actually had an insult thrown at you. What, the library? Is that where you were? Are you kidding me? Dude, I was literally threatened to be stabbed in the fucking throat. Are you fucking kidding me? I was called off-putting. Fucking grow a backbone, motherfucker. She then proceeded to tell me that I was a bad teacher and had no hopes of being hired by an actual school. I'd be like, I'm kind of glad that, because, you know, a lot of idiots are in schools. I'd rather not be hired by a school, because if I've seen what comes out of the school system, you know, yourself included, it does not give me hope for the future. I am working with idiots that came from the school system. Hi, hello. Do people not think like this? Do people not think this quickly? Anyway. She then proceeded to tell me that I was a bad teacher, blah, 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 school. Again, this was in relation to me not immediately greeting her. Well, next time, just give her the finger. That's a greeting. I also had other parents trying to pick up and 10 other students still in class. She continued with this rant for about a minute. Really, that's it? I can handle a minute. My only previous interaction with her, the student is usually picked up by his dad. Oh, what a... Okay. Well, it was... God. Okay, I'm not going to get too cruel. While I was trying to make her aware of her son's disrespectful and oh, really? The son's very disrespectful? Imagine where that came from. Imagine. Hi, let me tell you about your disrespectful hellspawn, okay? Your prick of a child is being a prick, and I see where it comes from, you ranting bitch, okay? Why don't you instill some discipline into your child, or I'm going to instill some discipline into you, okay? Fuck off. Fucking prick, dude. Has backbone's questionable functionality. Yeah, but still. Was she on the pickup list? I don't know. She'd be the drop-off list as far as I'm concerned. Cliff. Let's see if that was trying to make a son's disrespectful. She entirely dismissed my concern and implied that I should not be disciplining her son. Mind you, I only decided to speak to her after her son pushed a kindergartner. I teach middle school. She also implied that the reason I was unable to get through to her son was because I was treating him like a child, which he is. You're treating him like a child. It's middle school. Can he get a driver's license? Can they drink? Can they even vote? Maybe in certain states. But would, by definition, they be treated as a child? Do you let them just go crazy? Do you give them a shotgun when they go home? I mean, what do? What's your definition of a child? They're old for their age. Yeah, okay, sure. She also implied, okay, blah, blah, blah. I also don't treat my students the same way I would treat elementary schoolers, and her son has shown a great lack of maturity, which causes me to have to reprimand him. He talks back, laughs whenever a teacher or others reprimand him, and makes, he's one of those. He makes homophobic and inappropriate jokes during class. Isn't that enough to just throw somebody out these days? Any advice on how to deal with this parent? The future would be, if they're making jokes like that, be like they're an intolerant little prick. Get out. You got it right there. Are you kidding me? Fuck off, dude. You know, and then mom can come back at you and be like, blah, 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 my kid, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, you know what? Your kid is very homophobic and they're throwing jokes around here. They may not be able to understand the full impact of the severity of words hurting other individuals that may or may not be questioning their life choices, which you obviously didn't because you gave birth to this thing. However, what I would recommend is that you talk to your child, if you want to call it that, and instill in them some kind of valuable, life-affirming discipline that actually gets them to think and consider all people of all walks of life to be equal individuals until proven otherwise, which you already have. So you, as a lesser cretin, can deal with your little troll here and take all your little homophobic nature and go back off to wherever little cave you came from. Okay? Have a good day. Tell your husband I said hello. Oh, God. Somebody should probably clip that and send it to him. Because they're going to be like, oh, my God. Like, literally, I don't know where they work. That if they work customer service, that must have been a real easy job. Let's say I've been threatened to be stabbed. I've been threatened with a baseball bat. Got into a couple of fights with people. What was the other thing? Had people throw stuff at me. And not just me, just like the coworkers in general. Very obnoxious people. The movie theater was terrible. Everybody was like, there was that one person that was like literally trying to spit at you. Not literally, because there was no popcorn. They literally fucking freaked out. Wasn't our fault. Foamy, you got a roll equal to or greater than 12. Oh, it's a fancy one. It's fancy, bro. You don't get an extra roll, but it's kind of easy. It's only 12. Come on. Look, they're distracted and trying to. Come on. Come on. You did that on purpose. Oh, God. So close. Yeah. I don't know, but I'm sure if anybody here's worked, thank you. If anyone's worked retail here, I'm sure you've dealt with a lot more BS than whatever that. I mean, this is not even an interaction that would register me as being insultive. You're a bad teacher. Okay. You can't get through to my child because you're a terrible, terrible teacher. Sure. It wouldn't be the fact that they're thick-headed and stupid, but, you know, sure. You have your opinion. Like, what do you do with that? That is just, this is, hey, whoever posted this, antique act, look, bro, come on. Don't even bother with this. And you know what? If that kid's going to be that obnoxious with their little off-color jokes, get them out of class. Make their life a living hell and vicariously their parents as well. Every time you get rid of him, be like, look, you got to call up the parents, you know, let them know that he's been doing a lot of little homophobic jokes there, you know, each and every fucking time. Each and every time. You know, eventually they'll get fed up and have to reprimand a kid. Yeah. Because they're not going to want to come pick up this kid from work every single day. Right. Sometimes teachers don't realize that they have a lot of power in situations like this, even if the system doesn't give them a lot of power. Because there's always something you could do, especially with stuff like that now. You know, back in the day, you make a joke that might be a little dicey. People will be like, yeah, all right, come on, stop messing around. Now it's a big issue. So, you know, Twitch viewer stream. What? Are you? I don't know what that means. All I'm getting is Twitch viewer stream promotion. Are you? Am I? Am I what? Oh, no, they were deleted. They were going to help me grow. Oh. Okay, what else? I'm not a well-liked teacher. Well, neither is this one. Maybe you should get together and just bully the kid. Let's see. Thank you, Chanel. Let's see. My second year of high school teaching, and I've come to accept that I'm not a well-liked teacher. No thank you cards, no little gifts. I don't know how to be the strong teacher which is appreciated by students. I have to wonder if I've made a career mistake. No, because if you're a strong teacher, nobody likes the strong teacher, okay? Nobody likes the strong teacher. They appreciate them years later. Because I hated every really strong teacher I've ever had. Of course, some of them were assholes. But they were the ones that actually instilled real life lessons that mattered. If you want to be their friend, they're not going to learn from you. So that's the nature of human psychology. If you're too friendly, they're going to walk all over you. If you're too strict, they're not going to like you. Pick one. So tired of school supply debates this time of year, every year. School supply debates? Whatever. My son can't fail. He has an IEP. What? He can't fail. He has an individual. If he has an individualized plan and they're failing that, the system literally created a plan specifically tailored to your child's needs, and still they failed. Yes, they can fail. But there's something wrong with the plan. There was something wrong with your plan. That's why he's here. Like, my God, just give teachers a little bit more power, a little bit more leeway, a little bit more. Get the fuck out of my classroom, please. That's all I ask. Not what an IEP means. What does IEP mean? IEP. A plan needs to be followed. Yeah. What's the point of having a individualized plan if like nobody's following it? All right, whatever. What do we got? the great, another debate about school supplies. What is happening? I do not agree with the communal bins in a classroom for shared supplies. Every student should use what they brought. Yeah, I agree with that. Home, the teacher do not have the right to take what a parent buys for their child and give them to another student. Longer post. I'm an elementary. Okay, now I'm good. Let's see. Will accepting positions at a charter school be a mistake or worth it? Depends on the charter school. Is it a very fancy one? Do they serve caviar for breakfast? Let's see. Upcoming possible first-year teacher. Got offered a position at a small charter school. Looking for advice. Pros and cons of teaching at a charter school? I'd very much like to get my foot in the door to teaching since I just graduated. I'd love to have my first big girl job. Well, don't call it a big girl job if you're going to a charter school, okay? Because if it's a fancy one, like hoity-toity, you're probably not going to get paid a lot, but you're probably not going to get shot at either. So you take the good and take the bad. But my friend, a year ahead of me, just finished up her first year of teaching at a charter school and couldn't wait until it was over and started teaching at a public school instead. Nobody opts for public school over a charter school. I was curious what experience, advice, or suggestions other teachers would have on charters. Is it a good place to start? Why don't you ask your friend that was in charter school why they did not like it? What were the problems, the pros, and the cons? You have a resource right there. I can't deal with this. Here's the thing. Okay, I say this all the time. I consider myself to be average intelligence. I really do. I don't consider myself very smart. I'm not a genius. But I should not be telling teachers the simplest thing they can do is ask the person that's already been through it. This isn't social deduction here. You know, this, like, your anybody got it? They're right there. Send them a text. Why didn't you like it? Whew. Teacher, huh? Can we talk about how insane teacher application portals are? Oh, man, like we're talking Doctor Strange portal? Yeah. Did you have to fight Spider-Man for that weird little box? Georgia teachers. Good luck. I wanted to put what? I wanted to put a grown man in the quiet corner. I almost feel like I have to read this. I'm a grown man. You can't put me in a quiet corner. Hey, watch me. All right. I was asked to give a presentation about a program we piloted last year to a group of local funders. Cool. I love talking about this stuff and was already thinking about how we could expand with more money. Oh, you're one of those. You know what I did? I came up with a program and I figured, what would be the best thing to do is ask for more money. We're going to expand this. We don't even know what it does, but we make it bigger. It'll be better. Okay. I barely got through the intros before one of the funders, he calls himself an amateur education expert. What the hell? Starts asking a bunch of questions about research supporting this pedagogy. I don't even know that word, so I'll give him that. Come again? The rest of us are, dude, they know a big word. They're an amateur education expert. Come on. Big word. Big word means smart. The rest of us are focusing on curriculum. I tried to clarify the difference, but he kept going back to teacher practices all morning. Several other folks started rolling their eyes every time he spoke. I'm generally pretty good at keeping groups focused, but this guy was beyond. He clearly was not there to learn from the professionals in the room. He just wanted to wow us with his amateur education expertise. That's one of those things where you can say, look, cool, I'm very glad you're interested in this. And here's what you do. Save up all your questions for the end of this, because we're going to discuss this. And then you, with your amateur, keyword, amateur expertise, can chime in all you want. But first, we have to get through the presentation. So some of the questions that you may have, I may answer further down the line in this presentation. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but sit the fuck down. God. I would love to be the little voice in everybody's head during situations like this. I feel like people would feel so much liberation. Oh, God. Pedagogy. is the art of teaching. Well, art, science, and practice of teaching. So, education. It's a very antiquated term. I'm glad it exists, but there you go. What's up? Dawn's here. Do we count that? What are you doing?
Is the stuff in the dishwasher actually clean?
Yeah, the half-empty one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's clean.
Okay.
Yeah. Alan's here. There you go. Yeah. Which means she's probably making food. I just got offered a job. Oh, my God. Let's see. My principal called yesterday, offered me a teacher job in first grade. School for the kid will start at August 6th. August 6th? Oh my, these poor bastards. Holy shit, let them have a summer. And I'm scrambling on how to prepare. August 6th, you got a week, bro. Oh my God. And how to prepare, I've got rules, expectations, consequences, things like that ready to go. My question is where to get all the material things for my class, books for my library, toys, games, and I don't care. Figure it out. Really? Hold on. When does school start for everybody? Like in your area, I have no idea where it is for us because I don't go to school and I don't fucking care. But like, this was released a Marvel token. No, right? No, I was gonna play it, but I got a job. Dawn's gone. I gotta hydrate again. Well, oh come on, Ed. No, we're not gonna be here all night. Let's see if I'll skip these. Snoozing it. What kind of a dad would John be? I would say stern, fair, and logical, and probably unliked until they're 28. Unfortunately. What? My state of September? No, I feel like I would actually be a good parent, but not a well-liked parent. Because I'd be like I would probably be way too life lesson-y for them, you know? And the problem is I would probably, hopefully, instill as much logic and, critical thinking as possible that when they got to school, they would probably come home with stuff. My teacher said this, and then I'm going to be like, all right, fuck. We got to make a meeting because your dumbass teacher said some stupid shit that now you believe because they're a teacher. Lesson number 1, teachers don't know anything, okay? They're just like you. They're just like me. They know a couple of things, and they try to teach you. Doesn't mean they know everything. Plus, their views are skewed based on their personal preference of history, politics, identity, and all that other stuff. So every time somebody says something to you, find out why they're saying it, what's the reason they're say it, and what their angle is. That's the whole thing. And then I'd have to have a meeting with the teacher and be like, all right, here's the thing. I know you're really anti-fill-in-the-blank person or whatever, and you'd really like this, that, the other thing. Your job is to give my kid information, logical information. 1 + 1 = 2, that kind of stuff. You're supposed to teach him about history, whatever's in the book, not your weird angle spin on it, okay? I don't want any weird ideology of yours seeping into this young mind that will probably be a lot smarter than you once they get into 8th grade, okay? Stop fucking around and teach like a normal teacher. I've heard numerous stories because I know people that actually have kids, okay? And the problem is they're like, yeah, every time my kid comes home, they're talking about some weird thing. And it's like stuff that they generally wouldn't know about, but they seem to have a teacher that has a particular ideology and is very vocal on particular views. And then they bring those views home and they may not be the same views as the parents. So then there's this conflict of interest. And we're not getting into the whole thing, but parents, teachers should be on the same page teaching logical, valuable shit to kids. Not trying to infiltrate their mind with ideologies or agendas or whatever the hell you want to call it, because I would be knocking that crap out well in advance. Like, I don't care what my kid would think. I would be like, you can think whatever the fuck you want, but unless you have a grounded foundation on the information to make an informed decision and have an opinion on it, then your opinion doesn't mean shit. Because you feel a certain way doesn't mean it's right. You need facts and reason to back that up as to why, it is what it is. That kind of thing. Well, I mean a normal teacher that actually knows how to teach. I know teachers aren't the same as they used to be, and I could tell a lot by going through Reddit that teaching isn't what it used to be, and you see the byproduct of that in society merely by what gets pushed out. So, but this has been going on forever. So, literally, when we went to school, we had a couple of teachers that were very good, but even back then, when it came to talking about world events and politics, they were very one-sided. One really liked side A, the other side really liked side B. And they tried to instill those little views and values into their classroom and their minions, those future voters that are going to go out there and push their ideology into the world. A lot of people would agree with whatever teacher that they liked. I thought they were both full of shit because I didn't want to hear any of that crap. I wanted to know about the Bunsen burner, okay? How do I light fires, okay? I'm the anarchist of this, okay? You can vote A, you can vote B. I just want to set shit on fire, okay? And it was really weird. And that was years ago, so it gets bizarre. You know, I think kids will learn what their views are with more experience and growth rather than just being told what their views should be, you know? Anarchist or arsonist? Well, they both begin with A. We'll let the courts decide. Dystopian future is now. Well, at least you know. How do you navigate the field of education if you don't like AI? You die. All right, I can't deal with this anymore. A little advice on a shocking situation. Maybe we'll deal with shocking situation. I think we got time for that. Shocking situation. I'm intrigued. What is your shocking situation? Sit down on the couch. Tell me. Okay, I would like to get some advice on how to handle a situation. For reference, I'm an ovarian I have ovarian cancer without getting too deep into diagnosis. Well, that's pretty much a diagnosis. Till January through May, we'll start in chemotherapy. As soon as we have a surgery, finally move to tutor, okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, teacher at my school quit last minute. Administrators approached me and asked me to take over the class. No. I said, no, my health is not stable enough for 4 different classroom curriculums, especially after they completely changed how they have to write our lessons plans. Okay. I'm generally, what? Today I checked Skyward? What the hell's Skyward? To do some I had planning before my surgery on Friday and saw that they added the other teachers' classes anyway. So basically, this person's going through chemo and they gave them the extra classes anyway when they said their health was failing. I'd be like, thanks a lot for the extra work, but guess what? I'm not doing it. Fucking, they're going through cancer. Are you fucking chemo? Are you idiot? God. Are they really serious with that? Yeah, I'd be like, fuck off. That's when you call a union and be like, yeah, I'm kind of going through chemo right now. I don't want to be dealing with more kids. Fucking shit, dude. That's ridiculous. Ugh. Michigan, the school semester usually starts day after Labor Day. Okay. I know. Yeah, 3 hours, man. Dude, I don't know. At a certain point, I just, here's the thing. I like knowing what's going on in, the teachers, Reddits or whatever. And again, like I say, I would assume half of these are fake, half of them are trolls or whatever. But even if half of them are real, it is a very bleak look at how the functioning of teaching works. Now, we know a teacher, all right? They work at a kind of okay school, but their assessment isn't much different from what's going on there. I mean, they have New York thick skin, so they don't care what the hell happens. But the stories that I hear, it's very much like the shit you'd see on Reddit. And he's just like, yeah, it's not great. He doesn't take anything personally. And, he's very grounded in what's going on. He's very aware of situations. And he's just like, he's in that phase where it's like, it is what it is, but he's like, yeah, this is a little crazy right here. This is a little nuts. Yeah, what they're doing here is completely stupid. This is why this whole class is going to be a bunch of idiots when they get out of here. Yeah. Now on tablet. There you go. But don't worry too much. We're going to be wrapping up, Spock. So no, but it's kind of weird. And I really wish every time I see teachers Reddit, I want the education system to be fucking amazing. I want to have little fucking Einsteins coming out of school, but I don't think that's going to happen. not here. I don't know what happened to the school system, but not great. Yeah. No, I mean, you've mentioned before, like historically, America had one of the best education systems in the world, and now it's utterly pathetic. And I don't know what happened, whether you want to call it politics, conspiracy to keep people stupid, so they just blah, a bunch of sheep, that kind of thing. But independent thinking and critical thinking and questioning stuff goes beyond education, if that makes any sense. If your mind is geared towards questioning things and being inquisitive about stuff, you can always learn. So even if you're getting shortchanged in school, once you get out of it, as long as you have that desire to keep learning and looking into things, you'll be all right. Because you'll be a critical thinker, because you're like, okay, well, why is this happening? Well, why did they say this? Why is that? Why do they think this? Why do they think that? Just keep questioning everything. That's the biggest thing. Question everything. If I've learned anything from the X-Files, it's question everything, trust no one. Yes, that's how I live my life. Should get a bumper sticker that says that. All right. Let's see who we can raid. Mr. Lobo on? Mr. Lobo. Oh, there are new games on, oh man, there's new Luna games. There we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Shut off, you streaming? There it is. Ah. Boop. Thank you. Mr. Lobo is on, I think. Yeah, there. Okay. Not today. I have no voice. Well, stop yelling at the 112-degree heat, because that's what I would be doing.
Some farewell bids for the evening. Take care, Steve.
Thank you, Zonlord. I appreciate. Dude, you've never yelled at the heat? I have literally just stared at the sun and yelled at it, and then slightly burst into flames. No. Snooze the ad. Okay, good. Whew, just made it. All right, we're going to raid Mr. Lobo to doing a draw along, and I know we're just going to sit and chill. Dawn will be on Friday, 5 o'clock. They're still doing the Yakuza thing. Eventually, they're going to get to a new game. We're going to see what's going on. So, exclamation Dawn, if you want to follow them, they have a very chill vibe.
See you Sunday.
There you go. We're going to be on Sunday, yes. Next Foamy cartoon is not this Friday, but next Friday to come out every other week, if you didn't know. New one was just posted last Friday. So, I don't know. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Other than that, we're going to try to chill and...
I can buy that for $1.
Hey!
And thanks.
The Who
Thank
has
you.
just donated $10.
Cash money, bro. Thank you. I appreciate... Hey, does that count as a thing? Do we actually have that on there? But that's for us, right? There you go. Calling it. Boom. Oh, you got it. Oh, that helped me in more ways. Look, I got another button. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to just do what we usually do. Again, more work as usual for us. We're just blah, blah, blah. One day I'll have an interesting experience and I'll be able to tell you about it. But our day is usually work. Hey, I had a sandwich. Work. I'm literally going to go eat a piece of crappy carrot cake and then watch Mr. Lobo while I do work. So there you go. I know. We do. We overwork ourselves for you guys. Speaking of which, Dawn has been doing that too. She was supposed to have a day off today. She's like, oh, I'm going to do fill in a blank. And she's just been working on a stream all day. She started at I think it was 8:30 in the morning. And it's like, I think she just stopped at 8:30. She's been going for 12 hours. She wanted to fix all the sound alerts and stuff for you guys. So, yeah. It's utter hell. Every time there's an update, it literally derails everything. Don't tell her there's an OBS update. It's probably going to break a bunch of stuff she just fixed. She's going to be so pissed. I'm going to go help her make dinner. Oh, God. All right, everybody do something fun this week. You still got a couple of days left. Enjoy the weekend. If I can't see you Sunday, 12 o'clock, then, I don't know. Do something fun. Be happy. Don't end up like the cats. Those evil fruit cats and the popping thing. If you like Lobo so much, why don't you marry him? I never considered that. I know, it'd be kind of awkward. Maybe I'll send him an email. Can you propose to somebody in an email? Mr. Lobo, marry me. I'd be like, he's like, I don't want to share all my B-movie goodness with you. I'd be like, oh. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know. The future unfolds. We don't know where we're going to go. Love finds us in weird places. Maybe at a horror convention. All right, everybody get out of here. All right, let's go. Where's my hotkey? There it is. I found it. It's right there.